Good morning and welcome to the third annual Ghost Clash here in beautiful Miami. We are kicking off in 1 minute. I'm Brittany Diamond and I'm joined today with Jared.
You got it. Jared Maynard coming all the way from the frozen tundra of Canada. And this is a nice trade-off in terms of weather. It's going to be a great weekend of lifting.
And he had a very exciting trek over, which we will talk about throughout the day. This is our first time commentating together, so you're going to have a lot of fun. I'm excited. What is your favorite aspect of powerlifting meets in general? You've been around the scene quite a while. So.
Yeah, honestly, the environment. Every time that I get around it, whether I'm a lifter, a coach, or a commentator, I leave energized. I can't wait to come back and either compete or be at the next meet. It's just super positive, and it's also surprisingly welcoming for people who haven't been around to meet either at all or in a while, and I love that aspect about our sport and our community.
Same, yeah, I love seeing the energy and it just feels a different way. I've been in strength sports for so long, and I love being here. It always feels like, no matter where you are in the world, it always feels like home. You get to see people that you only see online. So yeah, so we're gonna have a lot of fun today.
Absolutely.
See some big lifts. So.
And if you want to follow along, you can go on to liftingcast.com, look for the Ghost Clash Amateur Day, and you can follow and see what's going on live, same as we are, as it happens here at Tank Brewing Company in Miami, Florida. You're not going to want to miss it. It's going to be a great jam-packed day and weekend, honestly.
Yes. Tomorrow we're kicking off with the pro day at 9 a.m. So for those of you at home, we really, really love when you commentate with us on YouTube. We try and look at the comments. And then also, if you want to tag and support the lifter, WRPF, and of course, A1 Digital, we love that. So you guys get involved as much as you want.
Absolutely.
We are loading up the bars now. It's always funny because I feel as if I can feel the nervous energy in the air when I first get here, and then as the day gets on, it gets like louder, people get more friendly. You can probably hear the background noise of everyone starting to yell now, so.
Absolutely. Yeah, the pre-first squat jitters are real, and we might see that show up on the platform a little bit, but after the first round goes, people get in the groove, really see the personalities come out, and it's one of the things that makes the meet a lot of fun.
Our first lifter of the day is going to be Delaney Hopkins. She's opening with 110 kilos. She's rocking the Pioneer, one of our sponsors today. She has on the knee sleeves and belt. It's like a nice low bar setup for Delaney.
Gets some squat commands.
Easy.
That's what you want to see on a first squat of the day.
Definitely a good opener for her. We have Kate Hattard up next. I've known Kate for years. She's actually someone that got me into, we both grew up in Massachusetts, and one of my family members found a newspaper article of Kate one day, and I was in, I think, sophomore in high school, and my mom was like, oh, this girl reminds me of you. She's all girly and lifting, and then we just became friends, and it's so funny because almost 15 years later, here's Kate. She has a successful coaching business, and she's still competing herself.
That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
Pretty funny.
Yeah.
Pretty funny how paths can intersect, and then really on the powerlifting scene, you can have relationships last really a lifetime.
Killed it. She's Powerlifting Mama on Instagram.
Good lift.
113.5 kilos loaded for you. Opening at 10, you are goes in the house.
We have all the spotters and loaders and everyone moving fast today. That's the best part about these meets. They often move more weights than the lifters themselves throughout the day, but everyone is working fast and efficiently, and we appreciate everyone. For those of you at home, if you are a fan of powerlifting, I highly, highly recommend volunteering, putting in your time. goes a long way, and it really shows you what it takes, everything at these meets.
It absolutely does. Spotters and loaders help the meet run smoothly and help people lifters safe all day long. Brianna Donatucci, 117.5 kilos. Speedy.
All these good openers.
Seeing a lot of made lifts so far.
This is a very, very good start to the day. Oftentimes, like I said, we were talking about, you know, the nervous jitters with the squat, especially for the first two lifters. They have a lot of pressure. They're starting off the day. So this has been beautiful, well executed.
Absolutely. Anna, can you turn me up in here? Get the volume up a little bit.
All right, Janet, 150 kilos.
We have Janet, 120 kilos on the bar. That's 264 pounds. Love her hair. Powerlifters always have the best hair and the best sneakers.
Even the bald ones? I'm asking for a friend.
Her time.
Controlled descent.
No sleeves at all. She is raw. Love that. I can't barely bodyweight squat without sleeves these days. How are your knees?
They ache just looking at that. They need my sleeves right now.
Yeah, right.
Bar is loaded for Miranda Good up next.
135 kilos, 297 pounds.
Opening intensity today of the Ghost Class 3.
Controlled.
3, 1, that's how we do it.
It looked like to me she had a little bit of knee caving inwards. I'm sure she'll adjust that. It looked like it might have been slightly crooked. Just one of those things. She'll find her groove as she continues to go.
Absolutely. And for those of you at home who might be newer to powerlifting, for the squat, we've got a number of rules listeners have to follow. They have to follow the referee's commands. They have to sink to the top of the hip goes below the top of the knees. More on that in a minute. First off, we've got Amber Shackelford with 140 kilos for her first squat.
Here we go for easy opener. Boom.
That's a real low bar squat.
Absolutely.
Again, for those of you at home that might not be familiar, there's a high bar, which is just when you place it higher up on the traps, and a low bar. Generally speaking, of course, it depends on leverages, how you're built. Oh, that was a nice one for Amber.
Very
nice,
smooth.
great opener. Depends on how you're built and your leverages, but more often than not, I would say, what do you think? I think more people do low bar and
Yes.
squat for sure. You can generally move more weight. It is a little bit harder on the elbows, but in general, you can drive more power. I come from a strongman background, so I always high bar squatted just for athletic purposes. But then when I low bar squatted, I was like, oh, this is so cool. I
It's
can move more weight.
amazing.
Of course, my elbows were a little creaky, but
Yes,
yeah,
exactly.
it's fun.
Once the shoulders and elbows got with the program, it's just like a whole new portal opened up for more weight, right?
But again, with powerlifting, it's just you want to get the pass. However, you can move from point A to point B most efficiently. So we have Sky Murray opening with 142.5 kilos.
Let's see, Scott, easy opener.
It's the squat command. They look pretty textbook to me. What do you think?
Okay, yeah, two whites, so they got called on one of the sides. It's harder for us to tell. It's funny because sometimes something will look perfect to me, but we have more of a front kind of side view.
It's right in between where the head and the side rep would be, right?
It's always fun though, like, so Jared and I are commentating. We are right here in the action. I love when we get to be right in it. Sometimes I've been further away, so there'll be like a delay, but I'm giving you guys as fast as I can the commands. And A1 did a great job.
Samantha Johnson's going to be our next lifter with 145 kilos for squat number 1 of the day.
That looks nice.
Beautiful.
Also want to give a shout out to Dynabody. This is their brand new monolift we are using for the first time today.
Absolutely. There's a backstory in terms of Dynabody, I believe, being acquired, and then there was collaboration to redesign and debut this new monolift here at the Ghost Clash 3. So all of our lifters here on Amateur Day and on Pro Day, they're going to get first dibs on the mono.
We have Brooke Mitchell opening up with 147.5 kilos. That's 325 pounds.
That looked good.
Her squat technique, it's really cool to see how narrow her feet are and how wide her hand placement is. I'm going to take a guess. Again, I don't know her injury history, but maybe some wrist issues, just judging by how she's holding that.
Yeah, I'd guess so as well. And that's one of those things you're talking about. Depending on your background as a lifter, depending on your leverages, how much mobility you have, that's going to dictate typically whether you're going high bar, low bar, where the hands go, how far narrow or wide the stance is. We'll see a whole range of that here today.
I would do my best to know kind of like the lifters, if they have any injuries that they've been battling or what they're coming back from this season. Because again, injuries are unfortunately part of this sport, but everyone knows that at some point it's inevitable.
That's it. You push your body hard enough and long enough, stuff crops up. Brittany Lisa up next with 160 kilos, 352.7 pounds. Some strong ladies out here today.
That was fast.
No shortage of speed.
Yeah, 3 whites there. Great opener.
And that first squat really sets the tone. It helps you to know how you're feeling on the day. It's going to give you an idea of what you have in the tank. And then it really helps with the confidence boost, right? We talked about the pre-meet or pre-squat nerves. When you get the first lift on the board, and it's a good lift especially, it really helps you to just know you're in the meet and focus on the seconds, the thirds, and building momentum through the day.
Exactly. It's almost like after you get that first squat over too, it's like you can breathe. It's like, okay,
Yeah.
I did it. All right, now it's time to have fun and compete, you know, because the first squat should not obviously be hard. You want to get that. We have Samantha Taha opening with 180 kilos. That's almost 400 pounds as an opener.
It's
okay.
wild.
So for those of you at home, just put that in perspective.
Very, very strong lifters in force today.
Yeah, Samantha, nice.
God damn.
8:15 on this Saturday, you know, just almost opening with 400 pounds. No big deal.
No big deal. Typical Saturday for Samantha.
Yep. What we're going to see today. It's been so fun for me to see the evolution of a sport. Like any sport, they say, you know, someone can't do this, and then the bars continue to be raised. People are always getting stronger. Just to see these females lift like this, it's crazy. Like I remember 10 years ago, like no one could deadlift 405 pounds. It was unheard of. Now the standard is like 500.
Exactly.
It's like really cool to see the evolution of it.
Absolutely. More on that in a minute. Madeline Scott up next with 195 kilos, 400, and we'll say 430. 430 pounds.
Company to Tim.
Flawless.
Beautiful.
It didn't even look like she had to exhale. It was so easy.
I was listening to an episode of the WRPF podcast that Alex did with Hunter Henderson, and he's done a bunch of athlete interviews leading up to the Ghost Clash 3. And Hunter said the same thing that you did, Brittany, in terms of the evolution of the sport, particularly for women's powerlifting, where, you know, 315 on a deadlift was like, that was a very strong bar at one point, and then it was like 400. And now we're looking at, what, 642.5 is the current?
It's just insane.
Love to see it. Delaney Hopkins coming in for her second here with 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds.
It's a good jump. That's what I would have thought. Sometimes As we get to working more, we'll have to take bets what the jumps will be. I love doing that.
Absolutely. There's strategy with it, and as we see how the first and the second attempts move, it gives us an insight into maybe how these athletes are going to pick their attempts. He's working for that one. Oh. Looks like the knees came in and just maybe got out of groove a little bit. I bet she probably takes that again, and she may have that. She'll have to rally, and that's always the tough part about missing any lift. It's the mental game as well as the physical toll.
Up to 250 pounds.
Bar is loaded to 122.5 kilos for Brianna Donatucci. That's 270 pounds. Judging by her first lift in this jump, I don't think she'll have any problem. Love, love, love her sparkly Pioneer belts.
Shout out to Pioneer Fitness, one of our top tier sponsors for the Ghost Clash 3. Do a lot for the sport and for this meet in particular.
Whoa.
What would you say, Brad? That would be a little heavier than I typically like to see a second.
Okay, so it's too, I don't know what she was called on. We'll find out in a second. There's Kate getting pumped for her second attempt of 125 kilos, 275 pounds. She's a guest lifter here today. As you can see, it's the raw day, but she's with wraps. And nice.
Very confident.
Okay, so that looks good to us. However, she did get 2 red lights. I'm not sure why. It didn't look like a depth to me, but it might have been. Do you have, maybe she jumped the,
It might have been. I would have guessed depth. I didn't hear her or see her jump the command, at least not that I caught anyway. For those at home, again, all the lifters have to obey the chief referee's commands for all these lifts. They also have to get depth. They can't move their feet forward or laterally once they get the squat command. The bar can't move downward. We haven't seen any downward motion, at least that I've been able to tell so far. So lots of rules to follow, and it adds to the complexity of choosing that next attempt and building the total all through the day for these lifters.
and it is the WRPF, so all the judges, referees, etc., have a very strict criteria that they have to follow so that it's fair for everyone.
Janet Macias here, 130 kilos.
That looked good. It did look okay. 3 whites. Excellent. I don't think she's going to take a huge jump. I'll be curious to see what her third attempt is.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect a big jump from that either. Probably about 5 kilos.
Yeah.
It's always a little iffy going 2.5 keys, but 5 is probably where I'd put that one.
Miranda Good, 140 kilos, 308 pounds.
5-kilo jump from her opener.
Three whites. Awesome, Miranda.
Love to see it.
We have Amber Shackleford getting ready for squat number 2, 147.5 kilos. 7.5 kilo jump, it looks like. Yep.
Yep, looks like.
Again, this is 325 pounds.
Nothing to sneeze at. And our platform is decked out with Hansu Power bars and plates, as well as the Dynabody Mono. Once again, debuting here at Ghost Clash 3. getting some hype from the crowd.
Yeah.
She looks committed to it.
Yeah. She has a fairly wide stance, utilizing those adductors. Really push forward.
3 white for Amber. I come from a kinesiology and a physiotherapy background, as well as being just a massive meathead. So we're talking about adductors and how they help you out of the hole. It was a surprising thing for me learning about that, but certainly for these wider stance squats, your adductors do a lot of work. You couple that if they're sumo lifters, we get the deadlifts. It's a whole lot of work, but these ladies are strong.
Sky Murray, second attempt, 150 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump, which I'm actually surprised she didn't go 10. That first one looked easy, but she obviously knows her and her coach know her body.
Right before it, staying in the groove. I'm not sure how much would be left there for a third. What would you guess?
2.5. I would go and do 2.5.
Yeah, so would I. It can always be a tough thing, you know, when you're in the moment, depending on what your goals are for the day. You've got a total in mind or a certain PR you might be shooting for. You might want to load it up a little bit heavier, but always have to gauge it based on how your attempts are moving, based on what the calls are from the judges. Just got to play it by ear.
There's different strategies too in terms of like you were saying, Jared, with someone's personal goals. Like maybe their goal, depending how far along they are in the sport, how new they are, is like just to go 9 for 9. Maybe sometimes they know that they want to do something else after, so they want to push it as much as they can. That was a good lift for Samantha Johnson, 152.5 kilos, 3 whites.
Absolutely, and it gets even more interesting if lifters are maybe battling it out, going head to head, especially as you get through bench and into deadlifts. It gets really, it can get complicated, but I think that's also part of what makes it really fun, especially if you watch the scoreboard, you know how to read it. And it really is a testament to these lifters and their coaches or handlers to make the right calls on the day based on what the objective is.
Yeah. Definitely more strategy than you would think, but it also depends on, you know, how the lifter is feeling that day.
Absolutely. We're meatheads. We like lifting heavy circles, but sometimes we lift them strategically.
Mm-hmm. Brooke Mitchell, second attempt, 162.5 kilos. That's almost 360 pounds.
Judges are going to say
3 whites. Yes. What do you think she's going to jump? That was a 7. Yeah, that was a 7.5 kilo. That looked easy.
I'd probably put another 5 to 7.5. 5 if she's feeling conservative and wants to maybe save some gas for deadlifts, but I mean, she probably has another 7. Brittany Lisa is our next lifter out here with 167.5 kilos, 369.3 pounds.
She brings that fierce energy when she approaches the bar.
Love it.
Walks up to it.
You really see the personality start to come out.
The hair flip, ponytail flip.
Fast descent of the hole.
Yeah.
Each
Oh, that
position.
smile at the top too.
You can really tell how people are feeling, the facial expressions, how they feel as soon as that lift gets finished. You love to see smiles around here. That was a good lift. Samantha Taha getting some energy from the crowd for her second attempt of 192.5 kilos, 424.4 pounds. It's a 12.5 kilo jump from her opener.
Here we go, guys. Let's get behind her. 444 pounds.
Oh, my heavens. We've got some more in the tank, I think.
We are loading the bar for Madeline Scott, 205 kilos, which is a state record attempt, 452 pounds. Got your smelling salt right now, just getting in the zone.
Shout out to Zone Smelling
Yeah.
Salts, one of our sponsors for the meet.
If you're at home and never tried ammonia, I recommend you try it if you like to lift. It's a fun experience, to say the least. More on that later. I have a funny story I like to share.
Would love to hear it. I've got one too.
Okay, cool.
Madeline Scott getting ready for her state record attempts. 205 kilos, 451.9, 452 pounds, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Oh my, smoked it.
With authority.
Yeah, that was, yeah, that was awesome.
Amazing to see. All right, what's your smelling salt story?
Okay, so I was more of a novice, I would say. It was my first big, like, strongman contest, and someone, you learn this as you go on. You never do anything new on meet day.
Right.
Someone told me, it's going to help you lift this car, so I did it. I passed out. I didn't know I got any reps, and I guess I, won the event, but I can't remember any of it. And then there's a YouTube video of me crying after, because I was like, I don't remember what happened.
That's blacked out. Can we appreciate just the statement of, hey, smell this, it's going to help you with this car. Only in strong man, a strong woman, ladies and gents. That's awesome.
And we are on our third attempt. This flight is flying with Delaney, 117.5 kilos. So this is the one, again, she needs this. She missed this. It was about halfway before when her knees caved in and she just couldn't get the rest of it up. So curious to see what happens. She's dialed in. Come on, Delaney. Come on.
Stay with it.
Yes. All right.
That looks
good.
Us.
Yeah, three whites. Oh, I love seeing that so much. It makes me just want to go hug the lifter. I'm so happy for them.
Absolutely. We talk about the mental fortitude that you need to be able to collect yourself, come back, correct any technical errors that were there on the second. Delaney did that in spades. Well done.
And that just speaks to the caliber of you said mental fortitude of what you need, because to fail something in the biggest day, the meet day, and then just only have a few minutes to kind of put your head down, know you need to get it, and come back from it. I just love seeing that. It speaks what kind of athlete Delaney is. So awesome job. And we have Brianna Donatucci, 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds. So this. Okay, so again, this will be her coming back to get it too. We had two lifters in a row. So let's carry that momentum over from Delaney to Brianna. Let's
That's
go.
right.
For those of you at home, come on, we need your energy.
Let's go, Brianna. No question, she wants it. Fights for it. 2-1, good
Wow,
lift.
okay. And that was definitely a third attempt.
Yes, no question about that. That's when you empty the tank. So my smelling salt story comes from just a few weeks ago when Anna and Al, shout out to A1 Digital, the strongest live stream in the world, came up to Canada to do a local meet. And Garrett Fear, one of our friends and commentators here, was quite tired and he passed out. So between breaks, I believe it was Al who just took a bottle of nose torque and just nose torqued Garrett awake. And it was pretty excellent to see.
Oh my, that's...
It has my vote to become a meet day tradition.
I would be, please don't ever do that to me.
I'll go.
I'd be really
No.
upset.
I would never. I'm too Canadian for that.
Okay.
We've got Shannon Macias up here for her third, 137.5 kilos, 7.5 kilo jump from her second. That's 303.14 pounds.
303 pounds.
Nah. I feel like it looked like she went a little too far forward compared to her other two lifts. So just a little technical error there. But again, it's heavy. It's what happens.
That's right. That's the thing about there's a groove for those of you at home and who may be newer to powerlifting. Depending on your leverages and your technique, you find what feels good to you. And you have to keep your balance. If you stay too far forward or back, especially under heavy weights, the margin for error is pretty small. And that bar is going to want to kick you forward. So that looked like what happened there. It's part of the day.
So this is interesting what Kate's doing. So she did not get her second attempt of 125 kilos. However, she's jumping 12.5 kilos and attempting this. So she probably knows it was just something technical she did. And that was, yeah, so okay, she said take it. That was definitely high, so.
Good job, spotters and loaders, keeping Kate safe.
Yeah.
Always tough. Yeah. when you're in a situation where you're pretty confident that you've got the strength for it, you can adjust the technical element that you got called for before, we might see those jumps. And it's more common to see that typically going up to from a second to a third. If you miss your opener, most lifters, not all, are probably going to retake that because you need to get on the board to actually post a total. So again, just a glimpse into the minds of the lifters and the coaches and some of the strategy that comes into it here. Miranda Good, 142.5 kilos, up 2.5 kilos, which I think is what we call.
Yep.
Miranda's third powerlifting, 306 pounds.
Oh, let's go.
What a grind, yeah. 3 whites. Awesome. And that was definitely a third attempt. She looks pumped, so.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
Great job, Miranda. The grind's always fun.
Yeah.
And talk about mental fortitude again, right? You'll see some lifters who really are excellent at grinding and just fighting, duking it out with a heavy weight. You get others who are more comfortable moving faster, and it's something that you develop, especially, I think, the longer that you stay in the sport and the more that you compete.
Third and final attempt, bar is loaded.
Bar is loaded for Sky Murray, 152.5 kilos. Another 2.5 kilo jump from her second. Really finding the meat of the posterior traps there for that low bar position.
And I was just thinking that, I'm like, this makes me want a low bar squat.
Yeah, right? Stays under it. 2-1. Good lift.
Awesome.
For those of you following along, you've probably caught on. You only need 2 white lights for a lift to be good. And of course, these calls are coming from our 3 judges around the platform. 1 from the front, 2 on the sides. And they're keeping track to make sure the lifters are following all the rules, doing what they need to do.
Amber Shackleford, who is taking a 10-kilo jump. This is 157.5 kilos, 347 pounds. She looks dialed in. I like her fierce expression right now. So
Absolutely.
she's got those sparkly nails. Again, I always like to give a shout out to the girls. I love the hair, nails, sneakers, everything.
Got to make a statement on the platform, right?
That's what's been fun to see. You know, I've been around powerlifting for over 10 years now. It's been really fun to see, like, almost like the style of it come alive. Everyone kind of used to look the same, and now everyone, you know, they go all out. I love it.
Absolutely. And we're staying, fighting for it. 3 white lights. Well done.
That's actually something, because you've been in the scene longer than me. Is that something that you've noticed more in the past few years? Like, people are more, I don't know if it's like freedom of expression or what, but I feel like, you know, there was only like 2 types of singlets before, and now you can customize it. So
Absolutely. So I've seen the same thing. I think social media plays into it quite a bit, and more people getting into the sport, getting into it earlier. You get great sponsors and vendors like Pioneer, like any of the sponsors here today, and people get to choose what they want to wear. Samantha Johnson here, not there. Good job, Samantha. Good job, Spotters and Loaders. But yeah, you get your choice of singlets, of belts. You can bedazzle it if you want to, and I think it's a really cool thing. You know, the individuality is still against the backdrop of how welcoming and inclusive the sport, the community is. That blew my mind the first meet that I went to in 2016. It was in a warehouse gym on the east side of Toronto, and there were big dudes and ladies that looked like they could eat me if they wanted to. And the biggest and strongest people were the nicest and most welcoming.
Yeah, it's always been the case.
Brittany Lisa here, 172.5 kilos, 380 pounds. 5 kilo jump from her second.
Oh, we said 2.5. Okay.
He's going for it. Fighting.
Yeah.
Love it. Judges loved it too.
3 white. Nice.
I always love being surprised, especially in the best way, through the meet.
Me too.
Oh, it is loaded for Brooke. 380 pounds.
We are flying through this fight. Brooke Mitchell, 172.5 kilos. 10-kilo jump, 380 pounds. She's really dialing in for this one.
Lots of focus. You'll notice a lot of the lifters have the same ritual, same routine to get in the same spot under the bar every time. Helps with consistency, and you need it under these heavy weights. A slower descent, which you see as the weights get heavier, and it's not there. It's always a bit of a trade-off how fast you descend, because you want to conserve energy and try to get some of that stretch or that pop out of the bottom. But you also need to stay in position and keep control. And it's going to depend again on what you're used to training, how heavy the bar is, what your stance looks like, all that stuff.
Samantha Taha, 200 kilos. That's 440 pounds. 8.5 kilo jump.
Plenty of control on the way down. He has enough for it.
Wow.
Judges
3 white.
are all
Yeah,
on
she looked
board.
pumped. She was worried about that for a sec.
Yeah.
Slow but efficient. I'm like that too. Like whether it's 60% or 100%, I'm just slow.
You're like the same?
Yeah, slow.
One of my lifters is the same way, which is helpful for me on game day. 'Cause
Yeah.
anyone else would look at her warm-ups or her first, be like,
What
is that
is
heavy?
that? Yeah.
Like, nope, that's just how she lifts.
Yep.
We got another state record attempt. Madeline following her state record on her second, 215 kilos, going up 10. This is 474 pounds.
It's a 15-kilo jump from that first state record. Oh yeah, that was nice. Wow, she had more in her.
We really did.
Up for her. Yeah.
Let's go, Madeline. And that concludes Flight A. We're going to roll right into Flight B. We've got 3 flights, I believe, for our first session this morning. And then we'll have another 3 flights for our session this afternoon. Full day. Some excellent lifting going to be going on. And you can follow along through all of it. Go to liftingcast.com. You can look at the score sheet. Most Class 3 Amateur Day. Follow along on YouTube, which is probably how you're watching us right now. Shout out to A1 Digital for the live cast. Bring you all the action all weekend long.
Yeah, and I always tell people too, if you want to message either one of us, and if there's a certain lifter that you want to give a shout out to, or what gym they go to for either today or tomorrow, feel free. My Instagram is B_dimes. And what's yours, Jared?
Is Jared.rebuild_stronger. Yeah, feel free, shoot us messages. We want you all to be interactive all through the weekend. Have as much fun as we're going to have.
First lifter kicking it off in Flight B, Jessica Berkey, opening with 110 kilos, 242.5 pounds. She has that sparkly blue Pioneer and the pink lifters.
Plenty of pop out of the bottom. 3 white lights, good lift. I'm still thinking about my first meet with, again, being surprised by all of the really, really strong lifters who've been around for a long time, helping me out, answering questions, showing me the ropes, and then also the sensory experience of like all the Rub 8535 and all of the baby powder and all of the ammonia. Powerlifting has a smell, and you learn to love it.
2.5 kilos.
Stacy DeWitt, 122.5 kilos, 270 pounds.
All right, 270 pounds for Stacy. Only attempt. There we go. Yeah,
That looked pretty solid.
3 white.
So I come from a physical therapy background again, and one of the things that I think is misconceived about powerlifting, especially by the general population, is that it's a dangerous sport and that it's going to beat you up. And you only have a short lifespan. And there are lifters who may come in and spend 2, 3, 4 years and then move on to the next thing, and that's all good. But one of the things that I personally love about it is you can do this sport for a really long time, especially if you train well, give yourself time to get used to it. And you'll see a lot of these lifters, especially masters lifters, being an example of that. Here's Melissa Hufford, 127.5 kilos for her opener. No doubt.
Yeah, it's really cool you say that with your background. I was just recently at the Arnold and I was watching the powerlifters, and I love to talk, obviously, like I interview people. Like my favorite part of the sport is getting to know the background stories, and there was this guy in the masters division who never started powerlifting until he was 55, and he started after a double knee replacement because they told him, you're not going to be able to do this and that, and he went to the gym and a powerlifter helped him squat again, and then he was like, you know what, might as well try competing. So there he was, almost 60. I think he squatted like almost 500 and had double knee replacement less than 3 years ago.
Hell yeah.
So it just goes to show you that, because there is that misconception that it's bad for you. Of course, anything comes with a risk, but it's like,
the risk and reward.
Yeah,
the reward's pretty
exactly.
big.
Courtney Fox here, opening with 137.5 kilos. It looks like we might have had the bar might have been, she was just talking to her. I'm not sure what happened. I think, was it? Oh, now she's showing that.
And all the lifters have a minute on the clock. They can unrack and re-rack, and they'll add 30 seconds to it. Looks pretty solid.
3 white.
Love it. Yeah, I'm thinking about the gentleman who had the double knee replacement. One of my lifters, the same one who just lifts slow all the time. She's a national competitor up in Canada. She had hip surgery, and one of her goals when we started working together was to get back to national level competition, or get to it actually in the first place. And she did it. We did it together just at her last meet. She reached her pre-surgery deadlift PR and PR all of her lifts.
How old is she?
She is 27.
The hip, wow.
I want to say.
That's good to hear, because I need to get a knee replacement. I'm so scared, but I love it helps to hear these stories.
Oh, I got tons of them.
Okay,
Don't worry, I'll help you out, Britt. Lauren Calloway is up next, 157.5 kilos, 347 pounds.
Flawless. Didn't even look like she needed a brace. Just
Textbook opener.
yeah.
Good stuff, Lauren. How was the Arnold? It looked like a pretty good time.
Yeah, it was fun. It was really, really interesting for me going this year because it was my first time ever going. I wasn't competing and I wasn't commentating, so I was just a spectator.
Right.
So it was really cool to be able to take everything in full, see all the sports from like powerlifting to fencing to bodybuilding. Like it's just, they have so many niche sports at the Arnold now that it's really fun for me.
Absolutely, and it's worldwide too.
Yeah.
Natalie Yang here, Nalay.
Nalay Yang in the all white, 160 kilos, 352 pounds.
All right.
Wow.
Solid. She's built solid. She just looks like a brick house.
She really does.
She has that nice big back.
Serves you well in powerlifting. And strongman.
Oh yeah, big backs are everything.
You gotta have it.
Yeah.
Bars loaded for Lexi Leno. 162.5 kilos. 358 pounds. Rocking the A7 singlet. Beautiful. 3 white lights. We love to see lifters getting on the board, building momentum. It really is about building momentum. Again, depending on the goals that you may have for individual lifts, but most of the time we're looking to post as big of a total as we can at the end. And for those who are newer, the total is the sum of your heaviest squat, bench, and deadlift completed successfully on the platform.
And powerlifting is very strategic with the programming they do. It's often percentage based, and then they peak and they deload before here. We also have to remember that a lot of these athletes sometimes have weight cuts, and that adds a whole nother component, which I know several athletes tomorrow that had major weight cuts, and I love to see how they end up performing. We'll talk a lot about that because that is part of the sport. Weight cutting is part of the sport, and it can make or break you.
Absolutely.
Here's Kelly Kalana. I did not say her last
I'd say
name.
Ikalina,
Yes,
but
I apologize.
Kelly, if we mispronounce it, we apologize. I believe Kelly is a Team No Luck lifter coached by Travis and Jess Rogers. Flying out from, he may be in Maryland. I know Jess and Travis are based out there.
Well, she smoked that 170 kilo opener.
Good lift for Kelly. Love to see it.
Gina, we have 300 pounds. Bar is loaded.
Gina Kayafa up next. 172.5 kilos is loaded for her opening attempt. That's 380 pounds. And we're going to keep saying it. This is just early on a Saturday, and all these ladies are just casually opening up 300 some odd, 400 something pounds. I don't think there's any question on depth there.
Nope.
Beautiful. And like you were saying, weight cuts are a big part of the sport that can really impact performance. We've got 24-hour weigh-ins here for the WRPF meets, which means that there's a slightly bigger margin in terms of how much you can cut and then replenish, but you still have to make sure that you replenish well enough, because that can really impact all of your lifts, especially when you compound it with travel, injury, anything else.
Lifts in your brain. I'll talk more about it later, but I was almost going to be on a weight cut for something here, and it would have been like the last 7 pounds, and I was like, I don't think I can do that while commentating, so I didn't end up doing it.
That would have been intense.
Yeah. Chantre Lilly, 185 kilos, 407 pounds. All right, opening of this. It looks so light.
Making it look like 225. Holy smokes.
She really coordinated her singlet, the lime green matching her hair.
The all-important style component.
Yeah.
Brittany Diamond, ladies and gentlemen, all weekend long.
Bar.
Bree Levy, I like seeing from the perspective, you guys can see it too, like closing your eyes, just kind of in that zen state. I love picking up on people's personality traits, seeing what type of lifter they are.
Absolutely. Gives you a glimpse into their mind just before they load up onto the bar and do their thing. They've been training for probably months and months to do.
Wow.
See, like she paused, yeah, Speedy. She paused that.
Yeah.
Made sure.
Taking your depth is there, but yeah, 202.5. That is a good lift. Good opener for Bree. And Amanda Torres is going to be rounding out the opening attempts here for Flight B. That's Ghost Class 3. 255 kilos on the bar. 562.2 pounds.
Ball is 1-2. Market, 55 kilos, 562.
Amanda Torres, 255 kilos, 562 pounds. So I met Amanda. I was hosting the Rhino Cage at the Olympia this past November, and I think it was like 575 pounds. She decided the day before we needed more lifters. Decided the day before. She's like, "Oh, did you do it on the training day?"
Wow.
562 pounds as an opener.
I wish I were that strong.
I know Amanda's actually from Florida, so this should be a great meet from her. That definitely does, in my opinion, help when you don't have to. We were talking about weight cuts earlier, but when you don't have to travel and you're in, your same time zone, things like that. I mean, as you progress in the sport, of course, you're gonna have to travel and deal with more variables, but.
Totally. Yeah, and the other things you're traveling, you got to find food, especially if you're trying to weight cut, and the things that you can tolerate, things that are going to help the weight cut go smoothly. So if you don't have to do as much of that, absolutely it helps a lot. Kind of the home court advantage there. And we're back to the top of the order.
$7.5 kilo jump for Jessica Berkey. She's her second attempt was 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds.
All right, 259 pounds to Jessica. Second attempt. Wow.
All right. Good lift for Jessica. Really hitting the hole fast, trying to get that stretch reflex. Using it to power up. And again, one of those things where we're going to see some amount of like knee cave, dynamic valgus, and I can't turn off my physio brain. A lot of people will look at that and think, "Oh, isn't that bad for your knees?" And it's really your body trying to keep your hips under the bar and try to balance itself out. Body's going to do a whole bunch of stuff to try to help you accomplish the task, and it's not necessarily dangerous. Powerlifting has a pretty low injury rate. But that said, always trying to really train and perform in a way that maximizes efficiency and lets you lift the most weight here.
Stacy DeWitt, 130 kilos, 286 pounds. 5 kilo jump from her opener. Oh, excuse me. No. 8.5. My math, I just quickly glanced over. You can call me out. I'm not great at math.
I'm not really great either. So,
just quickly.
ladies and gentlemen at home, you can call us out.
Yeah, I still haven't had caffeine yet. I'm proud of myself. That's big for me.
Well done.
And I'm on a different. We're both on different time zones.
Well, actually,
right? Is it the same?
Same for me.
Oh, it is. Okay.
Yeah, I got in late, but still, I haven't had as much caffeine by this point in the day as I normally do.
Yeah, I'm on Vegas time, so I'm 3 hours.
You're doing great.
Thank you.
Melissa Hufford up next, 135 kilos for her second attempt, 297.6 pounds. Is up 7.5 kilos from her opener.
Beautiful. I'm really loving the Ghost Clash logo, and I'm really excited that we get to wear the shirts too.
Likewise. Shout out to Alex Uslar and all of the blood, sweat, and tears that he's put in, not just to this Ghost Clash, but to all of them. And he's no stranger to pro level meets. He's put on, I think, 6 or 5 prior to this one. So he's a seasoned vet. Definitely attention to quality and experience for the lifters and spectators alike.
Courtney Fox, 145 kilos, 319 pounds.
Yup.
Flew up.
Calm, collected, composed, like a seasoned veteran. Well done, Courtney.
We are going up to 380 pounds.
To make a 5 kilo jump for Lauren Calloway from her first to her second. Excuse me, that's not true. 12.5 kilo jump. What you're saying about math? Apparently not great at it.
It's also hard for us to see those numbers. We're good.
Okay, awesome.
Lauren Calloway, 172.5 kilos. And she looks fierce. Like, she just, her facial expression.
She's here. She came to play.
Smile.
2-1, good lift.
Her Pioneer belt says She-Hulk. Love that.
She's living up to the name. Next up, we're going to have Millet Yang, 172.5 kilos, 380 pounds. Up 12.5 kilos from her opening attempt. We're seeing these 12.5 kilo jumps. You can tell she's feeling good, and she left no doubt with that opener. Very solid. 3 white lights. What do you expect to see on her third for that one?
I don't know. That was a little harder than I would have thought. If I were her, I would probably err on the side of caution and do 5. But like, I feel like, I don't know why, I just have like this intuition feeling that she's gonna do 10. 10?
Yep.
What do you think?
I would make the same decision.
Yeah.
If it were me, I'd probably go 5.
Yeah.
I think 7.5 to 10 is probably what we're gonna see.
Yeah.
And again, no right or wrong. It comes down to what you can execute on the day and what the goals are. And a lot of these lifters, we'll see them thrive under pressure. When it's go time, they'll go. Lexi Leno with 175 kilos for her second attempt here. Working for it.
Nice.
3 white lights. Good lift.
I like to joke around, like when I'm commentating with people before as we get to know each other more, I'll start making bets. I'll be like, if I'm right, you have to go buy me some food, or if you're right, I'll go
Deal.
buy me something.
Deal. I love it. Gonna start working on those math skills and just warm up the Nostradamus muscle over here.
Kelly, just loving that ammonia.
Absolutely.
$177.5 kilos, 391 pounds for Kelly. 7.5 kilo jump from her opener. Her opener was flawless, fast, textbook. So excited to see what this squat looks like.
More of the same, looks like. Judges liked it.
What do you think for Quadzilla's third attempt? I'm going to say at least 10 kilos.
Yeah,
12,
at least
maybe
10.
12 and a half.
Wouldn't be surprised to see 12.5. Yeah, at least 10. Again, premier sponsors all through the weekend: Pioneer Fitness and The Bar. A1 Digital bringing you all the action live. Gina Kayapa finding her center on the bar, taking her time, putting the hands where they need to be. 190 kilos, 419 pounds, ladies and gentlemen. Come on.
Low, but 3 whites, yay! I get so excited when like we were saying, like we don't know how that lifter lifts. Maybe she's just slower, but I'll be curious to see what her third attempt is.
Absolutely.
I would say 2.5 kilos, but you never know.
Never know. I'd say the same, 2.5, but some of the psychology about, do we come out for another squat for 2.5 kilos?
Yeah.
For some lifters, it's not enough. But I think we'll probably see her, I don't know, someone says 5.
Chantre Lily, 200 kilos, 440 pounds, excuse me.
Oh, look at that. Gina went up 5 kilos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Three white.
Good stuff, Chantre. The atmosphere all through the weekend. We were at Tank Brewing Company here in sunny Miami, Florida. Pretty excellent venue. One of the best that I've been in, honestly.
Yeah, we were here last year. I like this venue. Something about powerlifting at a brewing company. I think it just like goes together.
It
you
just
know,
works.
like
This should be the standard. Bree Levy, state record attempt of 217.5 kilos. Finding that depth.
yeah,
That it made me a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie.
yeah. That was very. Let's see. It's so long.
Taking a minute.
17 pounds.
Good lift for Bree.
This is going to put her in the top 3 all time. At the 308 weight class. Guys, this is 670 pounds. Watch out, pay some money to come watch.
Bars loaded for Amanda Torres.
Okay, this is a huge lift because not only is this a state record attempt, this is the all-time world record for the 308 for her weight class.
Right.
I just got news of that, so this is huge. So this is 617 pounds, 280 kilos. Let's go, Amanda. You at home, you better be getting pumped for Amanda.
Come on.
Oh, I'm like shaking.
Let's go.
I'm excited.
I love it. When we've got these record attempts, we got to get behind these lifters. Amanda, come on! Fighting for it.
Yes. Let's do this,
What do the judges say? Oh. 2-1, good lift.
617 pounds for Amanda.
An all-time
world record. So right now, if you're at home, take out your phone, find Amanda, follow her, because that girl, I think she's only like 20. She's young. So yeah. I feel like I'm going to see a 700-pound squat from her in her lifetime.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Go follow her,
Yeah.
or we'll find you. No,
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. But this is part of the magic of a meet like Ghost Times 3. We're going to see all-time world records falling on amateur day. And disregard amateur. These lifters are strong. We've got 400, 500 plus doc scores. Love to see it.
I want to go give her a hug. I'm just like, I'm going to cry. I'm like so excited.
I love it.
Goosebumps. All right.
Oh, man.
That was so cool. I don't need caffeine. See, I just get
No,
so
you're
excited.
good. We're good now. We just need some all-time world records. We've got Jessica Berkery for her third, 125 kilos. Went up 7.5 kilos from her second. I think a pretty reasonable call. Oh, fighting for it with the dynamic pop. What did the judges say? 2-1. That's going to be a good lift.
That was a fight.
That was. It was a fight and a half, and you know there's nothing left there. When these lifters empty the tank on the thirds, I mean, for me, there aren't really much better feelings when you finish a really hard squat or any lift and you get it. Got what you came for. Stacey DeWitt up next for her third, 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds. 7.5 kilo bump from 2 to 3 for Stacey. You can feel the energy in this room just have raised up a notch right now. Let's go. A little wobble, but stays with it. 3 white lights for Stacey. Good stuff. Way to stay with it. That's a sign of a seasoned vet. We can get that wobble, something that doesn't quite go to plan. You can see it through the conclusion. Bars loaded for Melissa Hufford, 140 kilos, 309 pounds.
That's a 5 kilo jump.
Some intensity on her face. What's that?
Yes, ma'am.
3 white dice.
Fantastic.
That was a good third attempt. Slow but efficient, and she got it. That's what you want.
And she'll carry that momentum in the bench and deadlifts for sure. Yeah, this shot's great. Behind the scenes, just before the lifter comes out, wrapping up. Here comes Courtney Fox. Getting a little whiff of some ammonia. 155 kilos, 342 pounds.
10 kilo jump from her second. The second looked good.
Getting some energy from the crowd and the platform. Oh, plenty of depth. No, not there today, unfortunately. That didn't look like technique to me. It looked just more like gas in the tank, particularly.
Yeah.
Good job, spotters and loaders. Keeping everybody safe, moving us along nice and steadily through this first session of squats.
All right. So I guess we both thought she was gonna take a smaller jump. It looked like so 180 kilos. So I'm curious to see how this one goes.
Yeah.
172 and a half. It was good, but I would have said it was a little bit of a ground.
Yeah.
So
I would have too. Instead, we're jumping 7.5.
oh
Holy smoke.
yeah.
2 to 1. No lift, unfortunately, for Nole.
I think it was depth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have said the same. Couldn't see it anything else.
492 pounds.
Lauren Calloway is going to be following that with a state record attempt. 182.5 kilos, 402 pounds. Getting hyped. Got a little bounce. Oh, fighting for it, safe with it. He wanted that one. Good lift. Love to see it, Lauren. Well done.
All right, for Lexi, sir. Wow, it is good.
Lexi Leno up here for her third, 182.5 kilos, 402.3 pounds. Takes the breath. Locked in. I'm fighting for it. I don't know if it's there, but she's going to prove me wrong. Judges are going to say 3 white lights. She is psyched about that, and she should be. Hot damn. Takes the breath. Locked in. I'm fighting for it. I don't know some of that height and good platform energy will stay up there for Kelly Icolina. Team No Luck athlete. Shout out to Travis and Jess Rogers at the Bear Cave in Salisbury, Maryland. She's going to go for a state record attempt, 185 kilos, 408 pounds.
That was a conservative jump from her second, judging by how easy it looked, but it was the right call, and she's getting pumped for this.
Absolutely. Let's go, Kelly. That looks solid to me. Judges thought so too.
Yeah,
Three
right.
Oh, I get hyped up.
Bar is the running tail. 120 pounds.
Gina Kayafa coming up next for squat number 3, 195 kilos. Up 5 from her second, which is what we predicted. Now she worked for that second. I think we were saying 2.5 would have been conservative, but wouldn't be surprised to see 5. Let's see how Gina gets it done here and now.
120 pounds. Third and final attempt.
Oh my word.
3 what?
Wow. I was ready to call it, but she...
12.
Yeah, yeah.
Love it, yeah.
Spinal tap, goodness. Well done. This just goes to show you can't count any of these lifters out because they can bring the heat when it counts. We've got 3 more third attempts for squats here in Flight B. Chantre Lilly coming out with 215 kilos, 434 pounds. Really digging that bar in, needs to get solid and set. Anybody would with 474 pounds on their back.
400 pounds.
Oh, not there. Yeah, great job, spotters.
I'm going to go ahead and guess that she wanted to do that 15-kilo jump because maybe it was more of a PR. I don't know. But, yeah, that was a pretty big jump because her second, the same thing, like that 3/4 of the way up, she kind of had that little bit of hesitation.
Yep.
But, again, that's it. So I love when I get to interview the athletes after because I'll ask them all these questions. So I'll try to report back tomorrow if I get a chance to talk to some of them, like what was going through their head, what was their game plan, what did their coach say? Because I think that's, you know, one of the most fun parts.
Absolutely. Bree Levy, 222.5 kilos, 490.5 pounds. There's a, a 5-kilo jump from her second. You hear the call, down, 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 finding depth.
Yeah, no problem on her depth.
No.
Beautiful depth. Okay. This is Amanda again. This is a huge lift because if she gets this, this will be the second biggest squat in that weight class. Sonita Mullah holds it right now with 300.5 kilos at 662 pounds. So Amanda is going right now. The bar is being loaded to 287.5 kilos, 633 pounds.
Wild. Just wild. Bar is loaded. At home.
I'm going to film this. This is amazing.
Do it. You're watching at home. Send that energy through the interwebs. Not that Amanda necessarily needs it, but she's coming for this all-time world record. The crowd is here for it. Here at the Ghost Flash 3. Third attempt, 287.5 kilos,
633 pounds. Let's go, Amanda.
Come on, Amanda.
Let's go. Oh,
Not there.
whatever. She has a huge career ahead of her.
Absolutely.
And she's laughing. You know, it looked more of like a good morning, so she knows exactly what she needs to do, but I'm happy that she just went for it.
Absolutely. And props to the Spotters Motors, props to her for staying with the bar. Lots of great etiquette from all the lifters so far today, and some massive lifting.
I know. Again, what time is it? It's 9:15.
All-time world records, not a big deal. That's what you get at a Go Splash 3.
Yeah, we saw Amanda squatting 618 pounds at 9 a.m. So just goes to set the tone for what this whole weekend is going to be like here at the 3rd annual Go Splash in Miami, Florida.
This is a weather change I was happy to make coming. We had snow on the ground in Toronto.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's April in Canada is just all sorts of fun.
Actually, it's fun. So I'm from Boston originally, and I guess it was snowing there this week because I ran into one of my best friends yesterday from high school, and she's like, "Oh, my flight was late. It was snowing," and I was like, "Well, I'm coming from Vegas, so it's nice out." But yeah, yesterday Miami was perfect. Not too humid. It was 80, sunny. I've been waking up and seeing the sunrise from my Airbnb, so I'm just in heaven.
Absolutely.
I love it. You have to get a good sunset tonight or something while you're out here.
Absolutely. We saw the sunrise on the way to the venue. It made me feel good. It just helped me feel whole somehow.
That was a great opener from Justin, too. I can't believe how quickly this is moving along.
Absolutely.
Is there 3 or 4 flights?
I think there are 3 flights this morning.
Okay, wow, this is, yeah. I always lose track. I have like no sense of time when we're commentating because it, like, to me it's going really fast because we're like in the action.
Yep,
Like,
absolutely. Ernesto Lopez is going to be our second lifter here in Flight C with 192.5 kilos, 424.4 pounds. Very controlled.
very controlled.
I'll be curious to see how big of a jump he makes here.
Yeah.
1 to 2. It was a little slower than I would typically expect for an opener. But it's a good lift. It's what we want to see. I'm going to guess he goes up 10 kilos.
Loaded.
Ran Ton up next. Ran, I hope you said your last name correctly. With 195 kilos, 429.9 pounds. Yup.
Nice narrow stance, easy. Looks like an Olympic lifter almost.
Yes. 3 white lights. Bars loaded for Anthony Ferrara. 205 kilos, 452 pounds, excuse me. He's competing as both an open and a junior in the 82.5 kilo weight class. Oh my heavens.
Oh my God.
Speedy. He could have cleaned that or done damn near a push press at that point.
Not even 20 years old.
And that's one of the exciting things too about the sport. And more people finding it, and more people finding it early. That's what we're talking about with Amanda. It's what we're talking about here with a lot of these younger lifters. They've got a long runway potentially if they choose to stick with it, which is really exciting to see. You know, to think about, especially considering how strong they already are.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Weisenhunt up next with 217.5 kilos.
That's a really cool singlet too. What is on that? Like some spikes and chains and it's probably from something like a movie. I just don't know. I'll have to.
We'll find that out afterwards.
Yeah. He looks like a Viking.
He really
His
does.
beard and the braids and.
Well, he sure conquered that opener. 2-1, good lift. I've got 3 young daughters at home, so as my beard gets longer, they want to braid it like a Viking.
How old are they?
My oldest 2, we started with twins. They're 6, and my youngest is almost 4.
Okay. 3 girls.
Yep, girl dad at home.
Wow.
Wouldn't trade it. They're awesome.
That's awesome.
One of my twins asked, "Daddy, can I power lift?" I'm like, "Hell yeah, you
Oh, I
can!"
love it.
Oh, made my day.
I know, because you never want to like push them, but you hope that they'll love it.
That's
You
the
know,
word.
like
Exactly.
set a good example, and then hope they want to do it too. Yeah.
100%. Josh Kirsch here, 220 kilos for his opener. Good stuff. Pretty textbook, 3 white lights. But exactly right. We've got a home gym at home, and when my wife puts the youngest to sleep, usually the twins come downstairs and hang out with me in the basement while I'm getting ready to train. I like to hang on the bars and the pull-up bar from my squat rack. And yeah, there's just always been a hope that
What's your day-to-day like? Do you go to the gym, or do you always lift at
I
home?
lift at home, I work from home. Yeah, my space is my basement. I've got an office,
Okay,
and a gym
that's what
back
I
off
asked,
into it, which is awesome.
That is, yeah.
Considering I live out in the middle of nowhere in the countryside,
Yeah.
so it makes it real convenient. Up next, we've got the bar loaded for Timothy Zravlev. 230 kilos, 507.06 pounds.
Really taking his time getting that set up there.
And all lifters have a minute to get that squat command. That's it.
Fast.
Well done.
Again, going to just take an educated guess that he might have some wrist issues, judging by the wrap and how he was holding it. I always am very sensitive to have someone with their wrist, because I had a broken wrist for a long time, and I was so nervous I wasn't going to be able to get back to like holding the barbell. So I always like look for that.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's a big deal. You know, especially with powerlifting. Then also I have to imagine with strongman, the different events too. Bars loaded here for Thomas Boswinkle. 245 kilos, 540 pounds.
I love that last name, Boss Winkle.
Me too.
I just-
It's excellent.
Yeah. Sounds like Boss Winkle.
It sounds authoritative, yet, you know, fun.
Nice. Yeah.
Here we go, Thomas. Opening the fifth, let's get it.
Buries it. 3 white lights for Thomas. Same weight for David Joplin. We got Alex Uslar as the MC. Florida man, also with a home court advantage. And we'll have a 10-minute break between squats and the starting bench for flight A.
David Joplin, bars loaded to 245 kilos.
Excellent. 2-1, good lift. And the lifters have the option of either walking out the squat from the mono or having the control arms pulled. Again, first premiere of this redesigned monolift from Dynabody. A lot of work went into this one specifically for the Ghost Clash 3. And all of our lifters get to give it a test ride. Avery Jackson getting ready for his opening attempt at 245. Also, 540 pounds. Britt, how long did it take to come back from that wrist injury?
You know what's funny? So I actually did 6 months after the date of my surgery. I actually did my one and only powerlifting meet because
really?
I was so afraid to bench
Yeah.
that I was just like, okay, well, if I just sign up, I have to do it. It was funny. Benching was actually easy. It was deadlifting that to this day still gives me a lot of like issues with like the grip and the pain. But yeah.
Man, talk about one way to address the fears. Like, you know what? I'll sign up for powerlifting.
Yeah, it was fun.
Amazing. Here goes Avery.
That was so bad.
Flying
So
into the
impressive.
hole.
Pump.
He flew up faster than my flight into Miami last night.
Have you been to Miami before?
No, first
Oh,
time.
cool.
Yeah.
That's exciting. Yeah. I was here last year for the Ghost Clash, and then before that, I was here like years ago, like right after college. But yesterday, I went down to South Beach, and it was really fun to see because I've lived in many places, but
Sounds like it.
yeah. Literally everywhere. Australia, Boston, Rhode Island, like been everywhere. But Miami was really cool because it's like kind of reminded me of like a beachy Vegas.
Yes.
So I just love observing people, and I work like you. I work for myself from home,
Yep.
kind of just like in my own little world. So I
So
just,
you
like,
get
love
out and like people watch a little bit?
Well, that's why I'm so thankful for this community because even though like I don't actively compete, it's like I still have friends that are like. Honestly, like, and that's something that you really need to understand about the sport is these people end up being more like family.
Yes.
Because it's like you understand what each other is going through. Because it is, a niche sport in the sense like, why are you packing that or doing that? Or you can't miss training. Like it's your life.
Absolutely.
So that was a good opener for Colton.
Fully agree too. Yeah, with friends and clients all over, literally all over the world at this point, competing. One, I think I get more excited for them as a coach than I often do for myself as a lifter. And then also, especially for bigger meets, whether it's some sort of nationals or world level meet or something like the Ghost Clash, it gets to be a bit of a reunion with people that you've seen before.
Reunion.
Which is a really, again, we're going to keep talking about it through the weekend, but the community, the atmosphere with powerlifting, I haven't seen anything else like it really.
Yeah. If anyone listening has any connections to, if you don't ask, you never know, any connections to anyone with Netflix or anything, let me know because me and Anna with A1 Digital actually have a long-term goal of kind of like making a documentary about what it's really like the community because I don't think people from the outside perspective really understand what goes into it. So just throwing it out there, let me know.
We're manifesting it.
Yeah, exactly. All right,
Micaiah.
very wide stance for Micaiah. I love seeing her. Nice mustache too.
265 kilos. Just muscling it up there.
Too white. I feel like he needs to be a little more, maybe he was just getting out some of the nervous jitters. To me, it looked, not that it wasn't a good squat, but it just didn't look totally controlled, in my opinion. So I'm guessing, again, just nervous jitters, so have no problem. He just kind of like rushed it when he stepped back. For such a wide stance, it looks just pretty quick.
Yes. I'm excited thinking about that long-term goal about a powerlifting documentary on Netflix.
Yeah.
That'd be
Well,
awesome.
yeah. So I actually want to show, I don't know if I should be talking this much about it, but whatever. Bodybuilding, strongman, and powerlifting. I think people really don't understand it, and I would love to show like a glimpse of, because honestly, all three are kind of similar. You love strength to some degree. So to talk more about it.
Love it. Philip Bennett coming up for his opening squat of 272.5 kilos, 600-pound opener. That's an 82.5 kilo lifter. 3 white lights. Well done. All right, back to the top of the order for second attempt. Ren Tun up next. It's going to be 446 pounds, 202.5 kilos. It's going to be a 17.5 kilo jump. Excuse me. Again, math. 7.5 kilo jump.
Thought I was about to bash his head. You see powerlifters sometimes like bash their head to get pumped.
Absolutely.
That is one thing that does scare me a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't personally do that.
It's not my thing either. Ranton's thing apparently is making squat look smooth. That was great.
What's like one of the craziest pre-lift rituals that you've seen in your lifetime? Is there anybody that sticks out that you can remember?
I remember when I was first getting into powerlifting, watching, I believe it's Stephen Manuel. He's a Great Britain lifter. I think his nickname is Screamer, just because he's just so intense and he will let out hell of a battle cry before he comes out. And just it lets you know that he's coming. It's coming to play. I always like seeing the various deadlift setups, which often look like a dance routine sometimes.
Yeah.
Justin Evangelista
Smoked that 205 kilo.
sure did. 3 whites. How about you? Craziest routine or ritual?
My first powerlifting meet ever was just like a local one in Peabody, Massachusetts, and I didn't really know what to expect, but I wanted to go support Kate, actually, who was lifting earlier today, and like, I don't remember who it was or anything, but I remember this guy like smacking his friend before he lifted, and I was just like, I was young, and I'm like, what is it? WWE? Like, what is this?
Does he need help? Is he okay?
Yeah, somebody.
Pre-lift smack. Ernesto Lopez getting hyped up from Alex in the crowd for his second attempt of 205 kilos. Up 12.5 keys from his opener. Controlled into the hole.
I'm not. The depth is questionable. Okay, nope,
Yep.
good.
Good lift.
It was from my angle, I wasn't sure.
And one of the side judges agreed with you there. Good lift there. Always a bit of a trade-off again with the controlled descent, right? You really want to conserve as much energy for the ascent of the squat as you can. But again, you're going to see a whole range, and we are seeing a whole range of techniques and preferences. At the end of the day, if you get the good lift, it's all it counts.
Okay.
Anthony Ferrara next up with 220 kilos, 485 pounds as a junior and an open competitor. He is a young gun lifting big weights. All right.
Look just like his opener.
Goodness.
Speedy.
Represent in the 225 kilos, 496 pounds. Your bar is loaded there. Come on, let's see it.
Bars loaded for Jerry Weisenhunt. 225 kilos, 496 pounds. Yup, bites through it. 2-1, good lift. Wasn't sure how that depth was going to be from that angle, but good enough. It's awesome. Love it.
Keep his energy going. Everyone was successful. Second set, let's keep it rolling.
Josh's facial expression right now. He's like, I'm just gonna kill them.
He doesn't stand a chance.
Is that chalk on him, or did you put face paint?
That's a great question.
Okay, I can't really tell. Nonetheless, 235 kilos, 518 pounds for a good Second attempt, in my opinion, yep, 3 whites.
What would you expect to see on the bar after that?
Oh, well, I feel like his opener was kind of slow too, so maybe 10?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yep. I'd expect to see that.
Maybe more? I don't know, I probably wouldn't go over 10, but
Personally, I wouldn't either. I'd expect to see 10 on that for sure. Five is the answer. Smart call.
okay, yeah.
Timothy Zaravlev coming out for squat 2 at 247.5 kilos, 546 pounds. No shortage of pop.
In the hole, it looked like he had a little bit of forward momentum, like maybe shift to the toes a little bit. But again, no issues. I just like to kind of see what I'm seeing.
Absolutely.
David Joplin stepping up. Bars loaded to 255 kilos to 562 pounds. I briefly lived in Vancouver, Washington,
Yep.
and got to lift with David over at Generation Strength. Great strength gym, lots of great lifters out of there.
You weren't kidding when you said you lived everywhere.
Yeah, I bet. It's been fun though to be able to see so many gyms and
No doubt. At the end of the weekend, I'm hoping to lift the Ghost Gym first. Here
Oh, yeah.
goes David. Oh, fighting for it.
Brian. It looked like it might have went down. Oh, yeah. Okay.
2-1, no lift.
Okay. He'll come back and get that.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to check out the Ghost Gym while you're here. I went there last year. Lifted great.
Anna said it was the most aesthetic gym by a long shot.
They have so many lights. It's really cool the way they. It's fun.
Love it.
Miami, you know, you got to have a
That's
fun
it.
gym.
I'm looking forward to it. Whereabouts in Australia were you, out of curiosity?
Gold Coast, Brisbane.
Nice.
Yeah, one of my best friends that I met in Strongman, she lives there. So I was there for a few months.
Hell yeah.
Right before I had to, get a green card and so I was like, all right, gotta go
Gotta
now.
go.
I'll come back.
We'll see some Australian lifters showing up tomorrow for sure.
Very strong. Something in the water over there.
Oh, my goodness.
Every single strongman or powerlifter that I've met that's Australian, like they have so much fun when they're lifting. They like are dancing in between. They're just
Yeah.
Aussie. They're crazy.
They are. We love them. We love our Aussies up here.
Thomas Boswinkle, 260 kilos, 573 pounds, a big 15-kilo jump, which again, his first one looked great. So.
So did that one.
Yeah.
Four more second attempt squats here during this flight.
Going up to 5.
You're talking about rituals, and like I was talking about Screamer Manuel. When I started to compete, I would get progressively more hyped and like just amped up as the attempts went on. I think lately I've mellowed some, but there's a sweet spot for lifters in terms of how much hype you need to perform well. But then if you hype yourself too much, sometimes it can be a little bit tough to dial in and get things exactly where you need them.
I always tell people, I'm like, just compete how you train.
Yes.
So if you always get that hype, then, do it.
Do it. Here's Avery.
Good grind for Avery. See, the 3 whites, nice.
Love
He
it.
didn't look very happy. He just kind of shook his head, but
Yeah.
I don't know if he's going to go for a huge, maybe just a 5-kilo jump.
Yeah, I'm thinking he probably expected that to move smoother than it did.
Yeah.
Taking the bar up to 15.
Getting shocked up for Colton.
Colton hitting that nose twerk. Again, big shout out to Zone Smelling Salt. Colton approaches the bar, 280 kilos, 617 pounds.
With that Pioneer singlets. Shout out Pioneer Fitness. Taking his time, getting set, gets the squat command. Plenty of dab. It might have been possibly too deep. He's fighting for that.
Yeah, that was. Oh, yeah, 3 wide. Nice, Colton.
Well done, sir.
What do you think he's going to jump for that third?
Honestly, if it were me, I might scratch.
I was going to say, because that looked like. Oh, let's see what he's doing.
Oh, stay tuned. Y'all at home get to experience the suspense. What will Colton put in? Meanwhile, the bar is loaded from a Kaya Branch, 285 kilos, 628 pounds.
And just saw Colton is jumping 7.5 kilos. So
stay tuned for that one.
I'm excited for that, yeah. Kaya Branch, 285 kilos again. I made a comment that he kind of rushed the first one. This one already looked much better from the walkout. So
controlled. Nice. It looked like he owned that bottom position.
Yeah.
2-1, no less. I'd imagine he takes that again.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
One of the other things about a powerlifting meet, it's about energy conservation through the day, right? You start off with squats, depending on how fast or slow the meet goes, how many flights there are. By the time you get through bench and deadlifts, it can be a long day, and you need to manage how hyped up you get, caffeine intake possibly, all the things.
Yeah, all the adrenaline rushes and the nerves, yeah.
Philip Bennett here with 290 for the last second attempt of this flight. Looks like a second.
Are you a caffeine person when you compete, or what do you like?
I'm a caffeine person for squats. I usually ride it through for bench, and then I'll take another dose of caffeine before deadlifts. How about you?
I never, ever, ever have caffeine until like the end of the day, because I just get like, I've always been like a super hyper nervous, crazy person anyways. So but it's funny, like for day-to-day life, I need caffeine, but when I'm competing, I'm just very like dialed in, and yeah.
Probably enough adrenaline and energy anyway, right?
I remember like one of my first big contests in the Arnold, I was shaking before I did the log, and my eyes were dilating like crazy, and someone's like, what did you do? I'm like, I'm just really nervous. I've learned to combat that with, like, and I help a lot of my athletes with, like, nasal breathing is huge for me.
Right.
All right, I'm excited for this lift. Oh, that looked high. Oh. I don't know what to,
2-1, no lifts.
He lifts, like I said, I keep saying an Olympic lifter.
Yep. I wonder if he has a background in it.
I know.
Ernesto Lopez will be coming out for his third. 210 kilos. 463 pounds. Getting some height. Ernesto staring that bar down.
So check out Ernesto Lopez. I don't know how he missed this, but he has that prosthetic leg.
Oh, wow. Yeah. I'm not sure how I missed that.
Amazing.
Let's go. Not quite there. But shout out to Ernesto.
Yeah, those are the stories that I love to hear the most. It's like, you know, because a lot of people in life in general will have this like victim mentality, like, oh, I've been through this, I can't do this. And it just goes to show you, like, he has a prosthetic leg and he's competing at one of the biggest powerlifting meets.
Absolutely.
So it just goes to show you that it really, truly is all in the mind. So I'm definitely going to talk to him before the end.
Oh, I'm looking forward to that. All those inspirational stories, I think we need them, honestly, to give us perspective and to motivate us, whether it's powerlifting or something else. And here comes Justin Evangelista with 212.5 kilos, 468 pounds. Almost paused it in the hole, not there.
I was gonna say, I was surprised that he jumped that much to the second attempt at 205. Was
Yeah.
like RP 9.5-ish.
Yeah, it was a generous jump and not there on 3. I'm sure I'll come back for that. We're talking about it, you know, stories, and one of the things that happened for me last year, I got actually, unfortunately, really, really sick with a rare autoimmune condition.
Yeah, I saw that when I was, you know, found I was commentating with you. I was going to ask you about that.
Absolutely.
So, I really want to hear that. It's just, I love stories like that.
Totally. I'm an open book, and it's been very honoring to hear people, you know, shoot me a message and say, hey, I can't believe you're doing that. This is a really inspirational thing. And my hope is just sharing that story helps people, serves them, and motivates them. And yeah, no shortage of those stories, I think.
It definitely does.
Jerry Weisenhunt, 230 kilos, up 5 from second. This is 507 pounds. Fighting for it. Oh. Judges are going to say 2-1, good lift. And we're going to see a 15-kilo jump from Anthony Ferrara. Not surprising, given those first and seconds moved. Again, competing as both an open and a junior, so he's a young gun. 18 to 19.
235 kilos, 500 pounds.
He's ready.
Loaded.
Here's bars loaded. Takes the platform to do his thing. Anthony weighs 181 pounds at the top end for this weight class. And he's 18 or 19.
518 pounds. That's how much I weigh. I always think, like, putting it in perspective, I'm like, I wish I could do that.
Yeah, me too. Oh my word. Let's go.
Oh, he has such a bright future.
He really does.
That third was so fast too. Like, I get so excited.
Yeah. Oh man. I'm excited for him. I'm excited for all of us. We get to witness this sort of stuff. But man, that's great. As we round out the last 3 squats, excuse me, even more than that. Josh Kirsch is going to be coming out for a state record attempt of 240 kilos, just 529 pounds.
It is face paint now that I have a closer look. I wasn't sure it was chalk, but now that I can see it like lines, face paint.
Came to go to war with the weights. Looking to throw down and claim this state record. There he goes. Come on, Josh. He's got that. He's
That was beautiful.
Oh, 2-1, no lifts. It don't have to be depth.
I was gonna say, yeah, I was gonna say because it was slow, controlled, but it looked good. But yeah. Again, we're in the front, so.
The judges have different views. They've got the best seats in the house to see these sorts of things, and they've got particular criteria they're looking for.
for 255 kilos.
And here is Timothy Zaravla for his third attempt, 255 kilos. He missed this on his second. And that looked, if I remember right, it was on a technicality, probably on depth again, right?
Yep. Go, Timothy. Like I said earlier, I get even more hype when someone comes back from a previously missed attempt, because that often takes more like, all right, like I gotta get back in it quick. I just kind of messed up. What happened? So let's.
It looks like a bit of a wobble almost on the way down.
We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Yeah.
Good
Do
one.
what? Awesome.
He came back. Glad to see it with Timothy there.
And I would definitely call that a third attempt. So.
Yes.
Bar is loaded 562 pounds.
Here comes David Joplin. 562 pounds, 255 kilos.
You're taking that. Did I just mess up then?
I'm wondering the same.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I think we both
I
caught that.
apologize. I think I just made a mistake. That was a third attempt for Timothy. He did not fail a second. I just was looking at the wrong thing.
Our apologies, Timothy. Oh, sorry, David.
Yeah, it was fast. He went down real fast, but
Good job, spotters and loaders.
yeah, apologies for the mistake.
Sometimes they happen. We get too hyped up. Thomas Boxwinkle coming out for his third of 267.5 kilograms, 590 pounds. This is a 7.5 kilo jump from his second. Let's go, Thomas. Fight for it. Let's go. With the flex training systems. Hurts.
His squat reminded me of a cue that I sometimes give people just because it looked so textbook perfect, where oftentimes I tell people just to imagine if they're having a hard time. Imagine a rope going through the middle of their head, pulling them right up. And I don't know why, he executed that to me so well.
Yep, absolutely.
Also, when I'm commentating, you're just getting some of my internal thoughts. Just
I think it adds color. This is great, especially as a competitor, as a coach. I've always enjoyed live streams. Hopefully all of you at home would agree with me here, but I've enjoyed it when obviously the focus on the lifter, but we can also add our 2 cents, our experiences. Again, it just kind of brings it to life, hopefully all for you at home and for the lifters when they come back and watch this.
How long have you been coaching?
I've been coaching since 2016.
Okay.
Yeah, 2016. Which has been awesome, being able to take some lifters to nationals, IPF Masters Worlds. We've got a few lifters prepping for bench worlds right now, and it'll be in Austin in a couple months. It's been really, really cool.
That's so exciting. Actually, at IPF Masters Worlds in 2022, it was out east in St. John's, Newfoundland.
one of my lifters who I'd worked with for about 2 years at that point. She lives in Finland, and so she flew out, and I flew out to coach her on the day, and it was our first time meeting
in person.
Yeah, and it was really cool. It was kind of strange because suddenly there wasn't a screen separating the two of us.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's a testament to the relationship you can build, especially with clients.
Oh, yeah.
Especially now.
My favorite.
Oh, it was awesome.
That's my favorite, and it's like, it's so funny because I'll be explaining to my parents sometimes like what I do. They don't really understand it. And I'm literally like, without social media, I would not be able to keep a roof over my head. And it's like, and what you said too. Like, I remember one of my clients actually came. She lived in Sweden. She came to Norway when I was competing with her daughter, and I met them, and I was like, just blown away. I'm like, this is like what life's about. Like,
it
just,
so is.
I have such immense gratitude. You know, sometimes I do really miss like competing and being at the high level, but it's like I get just as much fulfillment from watching others do it, because it's about like the life progress and the life stories. Because at the end of the day, I know it sounds corny, but like at the end of the day, it really doesn't matter like how much you lift. It matters like what legacy you leave behind. That's really important to me, and something that I'm very strict on with all of my athletes. I'm like, you behave a certain way.
Yep.
Because that's what it's about. It's about growing the sport and about doing what's right. And that is so, so, so important to me. In the WRPF, I love that. They do stand by that. Like, no BS.
No, they do.
No.
And I love what it contributes to the community, to the sport, and then also the personal growth that comes from it. I can think of many examples of lifters that I've worked with in the past and currently who have like these ripple effects that allow them to go for job promotions, to improve their relationships, because they step onto the bar and do the hard thing over and over again.
That's the beauty in the strength sport, if you ask me. It gives you this confidence, this inner confidence that you didn't know you had, and like you said, it trickles down to so many other areas of your life, and you're setting a good example for others.
Totally.
Yeah. All right, Avery Jackson here with a third attempt and also state record attempt, 272.5 kilos, 600 pounds. So I'm guessing, because that was kind of a bigger jump than I would have expected, but I'm guessing he won, 600, obviously milestone lift.
Yep.
Let's see. Oh, what a grind. Let's see if it's 3 whites. Yeah.
Oh, good stuff,
State
Avery.
record there.
He's going to be feeling good about
100
that.
pounds. Nice.
Man. Three more third attempts here in Flight C. And we'll have a 10-minute break before we start the benches for Flight A. But yeah, going back to what we're talking about in terms of how lifting changes you, I always say it's not just about the numbers. Numbers are a big part of it, because it feels amazing to hit a new PR or to throw down on the platform when you need to, when it counts. But then the process that you have to undergo to get there, it helps you realize you are someone who can do hard things, who can fail and come back and eventually get that. And it's the reason why I got a nice stainless steel neural wedding ring from Rogue Fitness. Shout out Rogue Fitness. I will happily accept sponsorships. Micaiah Branch coming out for the third attempt squat at 285. This is retaking the second that was missed. Stays in the pocket. 2-1.
Awesome. That looked, obviously he was coming back for redemption on that one after missing, but that one just looked a lot faster than any of his other attempts. So
Absolutely.
happy with that for him. All right, this one's going to be interesting too, because we both weren't sure if he was even going to take a third attempt, Colton, because the 280 kilos looked, pretty heavy.
A smidge challenging.
Yeah. However, he did jump 7.5 kilos, so I'm excited to see this lift for Colton. He looks pumped. He looks calm.
Oh, we got
that nice smack.
With a cinematic chalk burst.
Yeah.
That'll be a good one to see in slow-mo with the video package afterwards. Come on. You'll need that focus and energy to come back, not come back, rather to make this jump work for him. I don't think there's any shortage of mental commitment, at least from what we're seeing so far.
Oh, God. No. What a cool attempt, though.
Wow.
Yeah.
That was closer
fun.
than I thought it would have
That
been
was
for
fun.
7.5
Yeah, I know.
jump.
That was fun.
Last squat for Philip Bennett. This is going to be 302.5 kilos. 666, the number of the beat. Many of you have watched powerlifting meets where Gino has commentated or announced. You know he goes all in when people put 302.5 on the bar.
Yeah.
Love Gino. Let's go, Philip.
Yeah.
Wow.
Dude, let's see. 3 whites. Yes.
Great job. And that concludes squats for flights A, B, and C here on day 1, the amateur day of Post Class 3. Britt, what are we thinking?
Exciting day. I mean, just to see Amanda with that 617, the second best squat in her weight class, like at 9:15 a.m. So it's going to be an exciting day. We have a 10-minute break. Be right back for bench. Make sure that, again, interact with Jared and I. Give us on Instagram. You can message me, B_Dimes, if there's someone that you want us to say anything about. I love when that happens. I love the support. So we'll be right back in 10 minutes.
See you soon.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
This town. We gon' run this town.
Welcome back. We are all set up for bench press. And I'm excited. I love bench. Bench also is going to move fast. I can't believe we got through all those flights in 2 hours. Today is flying. Just goes to speak to how well this meet is being run.
Absolutely. Very surprising. A shout out to Alex Uslar, the meet director here, and just everybody involved in putting on this production. Shout out to the platform crew helping us get through this first, session of squats quite quickly, keeping lifters safe. And we saw some incredible squatting. I think we're going to see that carry through to the bench. And this day, brought to you by a whole host of incredible people. This live stream being brought to you by A1 Digital, the strongest live stream in the world. We've got Pioneer Fitness. We've got The Bar as premier sponsors, as well as Zone Smelling Salts, Hansu Power, Dynabody, who premiered their new monolift here today at the Ghost Clash 3 for the first time. All of our lifters got first dibs on that, as well as other sponsors will be shouting out as we keep going through today.
And we're at Tank Brewing Company in beautiful Miami. It's freezing in here. They are doing a great job keeping the air flowing for the athletes. I was just outside and it is beautiful out.
Gorgeous.
Which I personally think that a place like Miami is an advantage, especially if an athlete's like cutting weight or something.
Oh, yes.
Go outside and sweat. You don't want to be. I've had experience cutting weight in the cold, just definitely not as fun because you're freezing anyways usually when you're cutting weight. So yeah, Miami, I'm excited. I hope that we keep it here every year. Again, thanks to Tank Brewing Company. It's a perfect place to have a meet like this.
Absolutely. And it was a bit of an odyssey to hear Alex tell the story as far as finding the right venue for the Ghost Clash.
Oh, you'll have to tell me more about that.
Yeah.
I didn't hear any of the backstory.
Absolutely. From what I can recall on one of the podcasts, it was the Ghost Clash 3 kind of preview show. And I think, this was here. This is the same venue as last year. I don't think it was the same venue for Ghost Clash 1.
Yeah, I wasn't at the first one. I know it was in Miami, but yeah, it was not at the Brewing Company because last year was the first year we did it here.
So we talk about things like sponsorships, cash prizes for lifters, especially here between amateur day and pro day. Part of that goes to finding excellent venues. Hopefully you can hear that energy. We're getting the crowd wound up for Kaylin Haddad, who's going to be coming out for the first bench press of Flight A. This is going to be 62.5 kilos, 137.8 pounds.
Kate is a guest lifter here today. She's like you. She actually trains in her basement and coaches all day remotely and then trains in her basement. She has a couple kids as well.
Team Home Gym representing. Made that look easy.
Yeah, smoked 62.5 feet out, 3 wide.
For those of you who might be newer to powerlifting, all of these lists have commands that the lifters have to follow. The bench has the most. It's going to be start, press, rack. And the lifter's going to get the start command when they unrack the bar, show that they're locked out with their elbows, they've got control, and they have to bring it all the way to their chest, hold it motionless, and then they get the press command. And here goes Miranda Good with 62.5 kilos. 3 white lights. Love to see it. I find the first bench is not as nervy as your first squat.
No, because you've already done one thing at least.
And then also, for those of you who might be newer, lifters, in addition to following the commands of the chief judge or head referee, they cannot do certain things, like the bar can't start going back down once they've begun to press it. They can't use the hooks or the rack for any support. They can't touch it with their feet. They can't move their feet once they get a start command. All sorts of things. Probably it is the most technical things to bear in mind. Samantha Johnson, 67.5 kilos for her opener here. 148.8 pounds. Lots of speed. It's what we expect to see here for these openers. 2-1. Whenever lifters get a red light from a judge, they are allowed and actually encouraged to go and ask that judge what they got the infraction for, or the red light for. It's very, very helpful to know what you're being called on so you can adjust as you go forward. It's going to impact the weights that you choose for your next attempts as well. If it's just a technical thing you can correct on the fly, not a big deal. If it's something else that's a little bit harder, you got to factor that in when you put in your next attempt.
Benching is one thing, obviously, in strongman. I never really had to do it. And then I actually hired a powerlifting coach. I hired Josh Bryant to help me with bench that obviously transferred over to my overhead press. But I love it now. It's like one of my favorite things. I stopped doing upper body for like a year recently because I just wanted to like test something, like to see what my body would do. And then I was like, no, I miss benching. So I'm trying to get it strong again. And it's super fun though, because I'm taking a year off some of my like cracky shoulders and like little injuries like went away, so it's exciting now.
Absolutely.
All right, White.
Good lift for Brianna Donatucci there. At 70 kilos for her opener. Actually, one of my coworkers, he's a coach. He works for us. He went to one of Josh's seminars out in Montana recently. He loved it.
Yeah, I was in Montana. I did a seminar in Bozeman, Montana for strongman. But yeah, no, Josh is actually like a dad to me. He's been a great mentor for business, coaching, everything. We co-authored a few tactical training books together. He's awesome. And I love seeing all the gas station ready and Waffle House ready. I know he coaches several people here. But yeah, great. Again, that just goes to show you like how great the people are. Josh is someone who's still in the scene, hasn't competed for over like 15 years, I think, but still always talked about.
Absolutely. He's made a name for himself, left a legacy, and still have an impact. Here's Delaney Hopkins. With 3 white lights.
She was opening with more than body weight, so love to see that.
Yeah, be strong. You know you're strong when you're opening with more than body weight.
I actually went down over to Muscle Beach yesterday. I've always wanted to see what it was like.
Oh, yeah.
It was fun.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Any spectacular sights or highlights of the trip to Muscle Beach?
I guess I was pretty excited with myself. I push press, it's not a lot, but I push press 185 pounds, which is about my body weight, which I haven't pushed press since my knee injury. I was like afraid, and I just did it like randomly, like not warmed up, kind of like a meathead. Like I usually don't do stuff like that, but I was like so excited.
I love that.
I was really excited. I was like almost crying, like because I was, yeah. You know how it is when you get an injury,
Oh, yeah.
it's like so scary to still do something. Yeah.
Oh, totally. There's the mental game, the huge mental game to regain that afterwards, right? I love that. Such a meathead. That is a classic meathead move. Like, I love that you hit that.
Like, especially in my 30s now. It usually takes me like forever to warm up. People are like, what is wrong with you? Like, to do my YHWL before I overhead. But I'm like, I need to activate this. I'll be like one of those like, people make fun of powerlifters. Yeah. I'm like, I need to activate my left oblique before I do this. Like, but I do.
It's a thing. It's a thing. I'm glad it's not just me, because yeah, in my 30s too, I mean, I still firmly believe you can train for strongman, for powerlifting for a long time. But the reality is, when you're not in your 20s, you're just not in your 20s. It takes time.
It's just more, you just can't recover as much. Like I think you're a little more cautious. Good lift for Janet. That was nice and fast. Textbook perfect. 75 kilos. You just can't it's like you still have that mentality that you want to put the pedal to the metal, but you know there's going to be repercussions.
Yes. Do I do this now and pay for it for the next week and a half?
Exactly.
Absolutely. I've had to have conversations with my daughters recently, because the heaviest of them, she's about like 65-ish pounds, and on days where like my shoulder bugs me, or I push it in the gym, or like I'm getting ready to train and I don't want anything to get in the way of it, I have to be selective about how I pick them up and like the different games we play, and I'm like, I'm sorry, I have to be thinking about these things.
That's so funny.
Thankfully, they are very understanding. There's Sky Murray, 85 kilos. 3 white lights. I'm in team long arms, so bench and me have always been frenemies at best. They serve me well. These the long gangly arms of mine serve me well for deadlift, but we've had to work at the bench.
Yeah, long arms will make that.
Gonna be Brittany Lisa up next with 90 kilos for the opening bench, 198.4 pounds. Speedy. 2-1. Good lift still. What do you figure that red was for?
I don't know if like she went maybe at the top she looked like she might have gone down before they took it, but I don't know.
Yeah, I didn't see a heave. It seemed like she followed the commands. Again, the judges have the best seats in the house. They're able to see it from a better angle than we can. So sometimes what we see doesn't always match up with what the refs are going to see. Part of what keeps it interesting. So follow along. Obviously here on the live stream, but you can also see the score sheet live. Go to liftingcast.com. Coast Class 3 Amateur Day. And we've got Samantha Taha up next. 92.5 kilos, 203.9 pounds.
That looked textbook to me. Nice pause. Yep, 3 whites for Samantha.
Love it.
All right, Amber circle forward will be attempting 92.5 kilos. Bar is loaded.
Bars loaded for Amber Shackelford, 92.5 kilos as well, 203.9 pounds.
I love her metallic Jordans.
Oh,
Those are
too good.
cool. I want those. Match the tinsel in her Dutch braids.
Nicely done, Amber.
Very nice. Then he's going to get 3 white lights. And if you're newer to powerlifting, the minimum amount that lifters can go up in general is 2.5 kilos. The exception to that is if they're going for a record attempt, in which case they can go up by any increment of 0.5 kilos. But they can jump as much as they want. You just can't go down. It's always got to be more weight than you lifted last time, unless you missed it, in which case you're allowed to retake it.
Let's see what you got. I'm getting for 107.5 kilos.
Brooke Mitchell about to get the handoff. 107.5 kilos, 237 pounds. No issues there. 3 white lights.
Good.
The powerlifting, bench press, and particularly the arch always seems to ruffle some feathers.
Oh, I know. People get so mad. Like, that's not really the bench, or are you? Yeah. I get a kick out of reading the comments.
I do too now. And, you know, people, it's one of those things where I always think about if you're on the, maybe you're new to the sport or you're thinking about joining powerlifting, you see people, you know, kind of coming down on the arch. It can be a bit intimidating, which I don't love. But the arch itself, you'll see lifters here, they've got different degrees of arch. Really what that does is it helps to keep the shoulders in a stronger and safer position so they can move more weight. It does reduce the range of motion. And in some federations, there is a stipulation about how far the bar has to travel. There's bench depth, if you will. And it does usually help to recruit some other muscle fibers. So it's very advantageous if you're trying to lift the most amount of weight that you can. Here's Madeline Scott, 112.5 kilos, rocketing it up. 3 white lights to boot.
Killed it.
Platform crew working with the efficiency of a NASCAR pit crew. We're decked out with Hansu power plates. and bar, I believe. Shout out to some of our other sponsors, Kabuki, Zone Smelling Salts. Obviously, we got Dynabody. Our premier sponsors, Pioneer Fitness, and the bar.
Are you crazy about using, like at your home gym, like making sure it's kilo plates? Do they have to be kilo plates?
I wish I had kilo plates to
Okay,
obsess over.
okay.
They're definitely a hit list item.
Okay.
But no, I've trained for with pounds for most of the entire time I've had a home gym.
Oh, okay.
But I always love getting a chance to train with kilo plates.
Yeah, no, I wasn't sure. Just because like that's always a joke with powerlifters. You know, they need the kilo plates. It does make a big difference, though. Like,
It does, both in terms of math and also how it feels. Here's Miranda Good for her second bench, 65 kilos. That is an honest pause if ever I saw one.
yeah,
Great white lights, good lift for
I
Miranda.
think she's only going to go up 2.5. I
Yeah,
hope so. Yeah.
that's another interesting thing on the day, right? With whoever's sitting in the judges' seats, they're responsible for holding the lifters to a strict standard. And depending on who's going to be giving the commands as the chief judge, that will dictate how much weight you can actually put on the bar. And you don't really know how that's going to go until you start to see how the session rolls.
Kate Hattard up, second attempt, 67.5 kilos, 148 pounds. $5-kilo jump. Easy.
Oh, yeah.
She's getting some redemption. She had not the best squat day. But again, Kate lives and breathes powerlifting. I think she is coaching actually several athletes here this weekend while she's competing. So
That's always impressive to me.
I know. I did that once and I will never do it again. Like if I have a client that wants to do a show with me, I won't do it.
Yeah.
I can't. My brain doesn't.
No.
If I'm being selfish and competing, I can't.
Yeah, I'm the same way. That's one of the reasons, among a couple other things, for such a long layoff for me between my last meet in 2019 and my first meet back, which would be in May. Just there were a lot of competitions for other lifters that I coach,
Yeah,
and I'm like,
and that's the priority.
yeah, when they get on the meet schedule, I prioritize those, and I'm excited to compete again too.
That's
though.
something I think it's really cool that we both compete and are coaches, because a lot of people don't always realize like what coaching entails, and oftentimes you do have to take a step back as an athlete to be a good coach, because you know there's a lot that goes into it. It's not just programming, it's giving them the weight cuts, being for them there mentally, and especially like one of the most rewarding parts for coaching, I think, is just seeing, like you were talking about the growth earlier, but seeing like your athletes go through just life things while they're competing.
Absolutely.
And like, yeah, that's the most rewarding part. But yeah, very, very, very hard to do both. So like, shout out to anyone that can balance coaching and competing at the same time.
Absolutely. Brianna Donatucci takes the platform for her second attempt bench, 75 kilos. This is 165.4 pounds. Going to see her set her shoulders. We talked about the arch. Regardless of how much arch someone has, they're going to dig their traps in there, get set. And the legs have to do a lot of work to get tight.
Yeah, her butt show.
Yeah.
Okay.
Good job, spotters. She'll take that again.
Alex, to the sport table.
But to your point again about the growth that you get to see people go through as a lifter and as a coach. I've seen and am seeing people that I work with who run their own businesses and had their first kid, and they're expecting the next one, or they're coming back from an injury, or they're moving cross country, and especially facing the adversity. We had one lifter have her entire belongings in a U-Haul stolen as she slept at a hotel as she was moving across country. And that was awful, but she came back and kept training, which is a testament to her grit.
Yeah.
Delaney Hopkins, with 75 kilos on the bar. Smooth press.
3 whites. What you just said too, and we both have referenced a lot about social media, and I think it's really cool, because not saying we're old whatsoever, but you know, we're a different generation than
Yes.
some of these like TikTokers and stuff. But I think that is the beauty in social media. With obviously there's cons, but some of the pros are, like you just said, that lifter. I don't know if she shared her story about when she was moving and all her stuff was stolen out of her U-Haul, but it's stuff like that that just goes to put things in perspective. And I think that's one of the beauties of social media is, like you said, share, like you shared your story. It's just like when people do that, it takes a certain amount of vulnerability to be that open, but you know, it does help people, and it shows people like it is inspirational.
It absolutely
I
is.
always forget that, because I personally actually don't really like social media. I hate having to share stuff, but it's like, okay, this can make a difference, and it is how I run my business. So I always
Right.
keep that in mind, because like what you said, it's like, you don't ever think that it's hard for that person to share it. Like, it seems effortlessly, but it is.
It absolutely
So-
is. And I started in the same place with social media. Like,
Yeah.
I'm a very private, introverted person by
I
nature,
am
right?
too, yeah. People don't think that when you.
No,
yeah.
they don't. They wouldn't.
Yeah, when you like see someone, like I would never think that. Yeah.
Excellent. I'm pulling it off. Janet Macias, 2-1 no lift, unfortunately. And that was with 80 kilos. I expect to see that repeat. So that would have been for some movement of the glutes. Probably less likely that her upper back move, but the announcer is sharing the reason for that, the infraction lights, the red lights there. So Janet will come back and look to get it. But yeah, I do the same thing, Britt, as far as, you know, trying to, my intent with sharing my story or doing what I do, whether it's social media or just how I show up for my clients, is just trying to do right by people and hopefully, you know, put out some sort of good, useful message or information. Because, you know, at this point, I've gotten enough messages from people who have never met and probably will never meet in person, who have said, hey, thank you.
Yeah.
Here's what I'm going through. This is what that meant for me.
Yeah.
It's incredible. I'm very
It really
grateful
is,
that
yeah.
this is, you know?
Yeah. That's something that I always actually constantly battle with, is like I like in-person interaction, and now that I work for myself doing what I do, it's like I'm so grateful for it, but I really struggle with just like sometimes not having, and I don't live near any family or anything, sometimes it's just me and my dog for days,
Right.
and I'm like, I'm going a little crazy, but it's like I try to keep that in mind. It's like, okay, you are making a difference, and then for events like this, like it makes it worth it.
Absolutely does. It does. You get to see it, you know, kind of come to fruition in some senses, you know?
Brittany Lisa, 209 pounds, 95 kilos, great pause, that looks beautiful. 3 white.
And free to
I think
shoot
she's
it.
gonna go up 10, which would be a big jump for a bench, but it looks like an RP 6. So
Absolutely. And prior to Brittany, we had a good lift for Sky Murray. Also, or with 90 kilos there. Amber Shackelford's going to be our next lifter, 97.5 kilos, 215 pounds.
5 kilo jump.
I'm heavily biased as a girl dad, but especially having worked with as many women as I have as in the coaching capacity, you hear stories, and I'd be curious to know if you'd agree with it or if encountered it, but in terms of, you know, kind of cultural norms and how it is for women to get into the gym and get under a barbell, there are barriers that guys don't face. And, you know, my hope is that both through my example and putting my girls in the vicinity of seeing powerlifting and getting to see people, these women on social media powerlifting, it helps to help them realize they belong in the gym as much as anybody.
Yeah, my experience in that has been always good for me, but I've had clients where it's been like a really hard talk because they're like, my mom isn't supporting me, or my family is not liking how I look or how big I'm getting, and that's what makes me not upset, but it makes me, like, I guess, more motivated to continue to use things like social media and, you know, show that. But no, you're a great example.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Amber Shackelford walks away with a good lift at 97.5 kilos. Samantha Taha is going to be next up at 100 kilos, 220 pounds. Just about what we call the two-plate date. That's the press command. 3 white lights. First in the head. Love to see it. Here goes Brooke Mitchell, getting set. Take 115 kilos for a ride, 253.5 pounds. Good, honest press there. What'd you expect on top of that for her third?
2.5.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's all things we're looking at.
Madeline Scott approaching the bar for a state record attempt, 120 kilos, 265 pounds. It's always exciting when it's a state record attempt, and it's only their second attempt. You ask me, because then it's like, all right, well, what's going to happen after?
Oh, man.
Whoa, 2 records?
Which we saw happen in spots with 2 back-to-back all-time world records, or at least an attempt on the second for Amanda Torres.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Yeah. 3 whites. She knew it right away, too. She was like, oh, yeah, that's good.
Left no doubt. In a great position for her third. So even though strongman's the main sport for you, what is your favorite power lift?
Squat.
Yeah,
Yeah.
not surprising.
Yeah. Definitely love squats. Front squats are always my thing for strongman, just because of all the loading.
Yeah,
But yeah.
need a lot of front squat pattern strength.
And it helped my back squat so much too, but the back squat is what got me into lifting from a young age. I just literally, it was one of those things, like I put the weight on my back, and I just, like a life analogy, I was like, wow, if something's hard, you can just get back up, and I just fell in love with it. It was 7th grade.
I love that. That's really cool, man. And that resonates. It hits close to home for me because, again, you know, talked about how lifting to me is not just about the numbers, they're part of it, but you feel the weight of the bar in your back, and that's analogous for life, right? The challenges we all that I've been to.
And just we were talking about, like, you never know where a woman or anyone's gonna get inspiration from. I started squatting because I finished the autobiography of Flojo, Florence Griffith Joyner, who was a sprinter, and I was in middle school, and I went to the high school to practice with the older girls so I could become better. And I was like, well, you know, Flojo said she would squat, so I'm gonna go start squatting.
I love it. It's the things that you never know how big of a difference they're gonna make in somebody's life, and look at what you're doing now.
Yeah, I know. It's Kate, 3rd attempt. It's often, again, I'm so grateful to be able to hear with you talking about this stuff, because it does put things in perspective. Because sometimes when you're just alone coaching on the computer, oh, what a grind. Let's see if that one counted for Kate. 3 whites, yes. Oh, so happy for her. Great bench day. It really puts things in perspective, because so many times it's like, it's hard. You know, you're constantly working, like answering clients, and it's like, but then you see it come into fruition when you do events like this, because it's like, sometimes you just don't really feel like you forget you're making a difference, honestly.
Totally.
You just get lost in the day-to-day life responsibilities.
Absolutely, and there are many of them. Right? It gets to be a lot. It gets to be tiring. So having these moments, whether it's at a big meet like this or a message you get from a client saying, hey, I just had this amazing thing happen. I never thought I'd be here. Never thought I'd be doing X, Y, Z. It really, you know, makes you remember why you do it. Samantha Johnson up with 72.5 kilos, 159.8 pounds.
3 whites.
Oops. Jeez. Brianna Donatucci coming up for bench. Attempt number 3 at 75 kilos. 165.4 pounds. Digging right up onto the traps, getting the legs tight with the handoff. Not quite.
That's one of those things too. Like you can kind of, if you, in my opinion, if you bomb a squat or a deadlift, like it's easier to come back from a bench. It's like once you're fried, you're pretty fried.
Yeah. The margin for error in terms of bench technique, especially as you get up to your top end, that's smaller. And then absolutely, when you empty the gas tank like that, it's tough to come back and try to do it again.
Do you have any upcoming competition plans for yourself?
Yeah, the first one, it'll be May 25th, and that'll be the first one back, especially since everything went down with the hospital with me last year, which I'm excited for. No real expectations for like what the weight's going to be. I have another one scheduled for August 10th afterwards.
Okay.
I might try to go for a third this year. We'll see.
That's exciting. So coming up pretty quick.
Yeah,
What, 7 weeks or so?
Yeah,
So, yeah.
give or take.
Cool.
So training's been going well.
That's awesome.
It's been quite the ride, and a hard one sometimes when it comes to the recovery process. But I remember the first day that, I got back downstairs into my home gym and picked up a barbell for the first time in like 6 months, just for some empty bar RDLs, and it was pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
Janet Macias here, 80 kilos. Nice press, holds it. What are you gonna say? 3 white lights.
Well, that'll be really exciting for you and your family and everyone.
I think so. I think I'll have a few. Oh, again, we're talking about relationships, both with clients, co-workers, and physio clinics I worked at in the past. People have already said, "Hey, where's the meet going to be at? I'm going to come."
Awesome. Yeah.
That's really cool.
Go get it.
5-kilo jump every attempt from Delaney. 80 kilos, 173 pounds. Stuck. All right. It happens. That's why we have spotters.
Good up, spotters. Sky jumped 5 kilos from her first to second. Jumping 2 kilos, 2.5 kilos from her second to third. 3, reasonable call. 2 so far.
Getting tired on these third attempts.
Sure are. And I believe statistically the third attempt bench is the most missed. I could be wrong.
No, that sounds right, though.
Yeah.
It'd be fun to see what. I guess I was actually thinking about the one and only powerlifting meet I did. I failed my third bench, so.
Done that. At one of my meets, we've got Amber taking the platform here, but one of my meets, I guess, yeah, my session must have followed a session before. So there was baby powder that I didn't realize I stepped in the back room. So I went to go set up on the platform for my bench attempt. My feet were flipping.
Oh no.
And it was just the moment of sheer panic.
Oh yeah, that is.
Oh dear.
Oh no.
So it affected how much I could actually put up, but we made the most of it. I think I walked away 2 for 3 that day.
Speaking of chalk like that, actually, I send this like little tip sheet to my clients when they're competing, and like one of my tips is like, it's disgusting, but to spit on the floor and bring towels from their hotel to wipe off their feet.
Absolutely.
Strongman, like in powerlifting, you're gonna be slipping. In strongman, like if you slip, that was a good lift for her. You slip, like you're dead.
Yeah, it's game over. You sit on a floor to slip.
I love it.
Brittany Lisa coming out with 100 kilos, 220 pounds. 5 kilo jump from second to, oh, excuse me, looking at the wrong spot. Yep, still 5 kilos.
The crowd's starting to get rowdy now too, that it's almost 11. I love it. More people coming in. Maybe some alcohol running through the breweries and beer. So
let's go. Good job, spotters. No lift there.
Still, I like how she stood up.
Yes.
It's cool when I get to see like lifters I haven't seen before. Get to know like their little personality and quirks, and I can tell she's always happy. I'm gonna go ahead and say that.
Absolutely.
Whether she gets it or misses, she's like smiling.
Which is an amazing perspective to keep, you know, because I think most of us, if we get into powerlifting, especially if we stick with it for a long time, we want to see the best that we can be and do the best that we can. And if we miss it, that can suck. But to have that cheery perspective, even if you don't get it, that's pretty cool. Samantha Taha on the bench, getting set up here. 105 kilos, 231.5 pounds. 5 kilo jump, second to third. Get some cheers from the crowd, some encouragement. Riding it down with control. Rests it smoothly. 3 white lights. One of my friends, her name's Sophia Vera. She's a pro powerlifter in the USAPL.
Okay.
And she is one of the nicest people that you'll ever meet. And when I'm trying to remember which lift it is. I think for squats, she's very serious. When it's bench time, she's all smiles and she's joking around in the back room. And then as she's getting ready to come on the platform, it's game time. She'll let out a battle cry, and it's really cool to watch. Brooke Mitchell is our next lifter, 117.5 kilos, 259 pounds. Oh, drifts back towards the face, muscles it up. I don't think we saw downward motion. 3 white light.
3 white.
Oh, thank you. Bar is loaded for the last bench of fly day here on the amateur day of Ghost Clash 3. Madeline Scott going for a state record attempt of 125 kilos, 275.6 pounds. And lifters are allowed to have their coach or handler give them the handoff. No lift there for Madeline. And that takes us through flight A.
Cruising.
Absolutely cruising. And you were not kidding. They do a great job of air conditioning this room. I forget that I'm in Miami. I'm nice and brisk.
To be completely honest with you, I have my boyfriend right now going back to our Airbnb to get me
A sweater?
I'm like turning purple. It's great for the lifters. Fresh
Yes.
air. It's good. It's better than being hot. I feel
Absolutely.
bad complaining. I guess you know what makes me feel really guilty is like I'm a Boston girl. Okay, I
Yes.
should be able to handle this. But now that I've lived in Vegas, I'm like, what is wrong with me?
Same. I mean, Canadian born and raised. You figure we live and eat, breathe, and eat just icicles. But I don't know. I'm over the cold by a certain time of the year.
I knew I was in trouble and I changed this past October and it was 50 degrees and I was cold and I'm like, I used to go for runs in -5.
Yeah.
What is wrong with me?
It's all about context and what you get used to, right?
All right, Courtney Fox kicking off this next flight, opening with 62.5 kilos, 137 pounds. That looked textbook. And 3 white for
Lights.
Courtney. We walked off smiling.
Shout out again to our sponsors, Pioneer Fitness, The Bar, our premier sponsors, as well as Dynabody. We've got Zone Smelling Salts, Monsu Power, and a few others we'll continue to shout out as we go. Kabuki Strength, go strong. Kelly Ikalina, and Team Nola getting set up for bench 1 at 80 kilos. That looks solid. 3 white lights. Speaking of Kabuki Strength, I'll be flying out to Portland, Oregon in May to chat with Chris Duffin, the mad scientist of powerlifting.
Oh, that would be fun. His facility's awesome. When I lived in Washington, it was only like a 30-minute drive. So yeah, I went a couple times, and yeah, it was a great experience. Just to be able to go there like that. Again, that's like another thing where social media comes in play because it's like I've talked to him but never actually met him. So I was so excited to be able to tour the facility and work out there.
Oh man,
He's obviously a wealth of knowledge. So have you tried the barefoot shoes yet?
not yet. No, have you?
Neither. No, but I want to.
Yeah,
I've heard really good things.
I do. Same here.
Jessica Berkey opening with 82.5 kilos, 181 pounds.
White lights. There are a number of things that I want to get a chance to try out. I haven't had a chance to train on any Kabuki bars, but Kabuki has a reputation for making high quality equipment, obviously. I think I heard you and it might have been you and Garrett talking last year, the Ghost Clash 2, about like the Iron Rebel knee sleeves. I think they were just recently released. I wouldn't mind giving those a shot. But
Yeah, they're awesome. Yeah, I love the Iron Rebel.
I never have too much powerlifting gear.
No.
My wallet says otherwise, but my heart says you can't have too much.
Yeah, Iron Rebel's cool. I'm close to the company because one of the co-owners owns Granite Supplements that I've been with forever, and I just love it. Makes me so happy when a company gets big but like still stays like mom and pop, like true to their nature, like knows all their athletes, like all the people at the company use the products, like they're really passionate about it. So I love, it's a lot of companies like that stem from strength, like whether it be apparel, gear, ammonia, anything like that. It's like they're real mom and pop. This could be wrong, and I'm so sorry if it is, but isn't Stone from Canada?
I think you're
Okay,
right.
all
I do
right.
believe you're correct.
Yeah, Stone is.
Yeah,
I remember hearing their accent when I was talking to them at a booth once.
that was the accent. Gives us away. it's funny. I like to think I can fly under the radar most of the time, where people assume that I'm from the States and I'm from Canada. But put me in a room with other Canadians or in the vicinity of a strong Canadian accent, and mine comes out.
They're adapting it. Yeah. I'm like that. People are like, no way, you're from Boston. You don't have an accent. I'm like, well, actually, I remember growing up, like I was a journalism major, trying never to sound like my mom when I was in trouble. But even same thing, if I get really excited, sometimes it'll come out. Like someone said that one time in the live stream, like I heard the Boston accent that time. I'm like, oh, probably because I was like yelling at a lift. I was so excited.
It happens. That's awesome.
How far are you from Toronto?
About 2.5 hours driving, so not too far.
Yeah, because that's the only place I went to Toronto.
It's the New York of Canada. It's as close to New York as we can get.
I went because I was actually at a work conference in New York a couple of years ago, and I was like, I had an afternoon off. I was like, I'm just gonna drive over the border to Toronto.
Yeah.
It was really fun. I want to go back like with someone because I went out on a Friday night like by myself.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was really fun.
Definitely gonna come back to do something with some people. It's a good time. I grew up just west of Toronto. It was a good lift for Lauren Calloway at 90 kilos there. We got Gina Kaiafa, 90 kilos, 198.4 pounds. These are over body weight benches. Beautiful. Love to see it. But yeah, Toronto's a good time. I grew up in Mississauga, which is the city immediately west of Toronto.
Okay.
And it was a gradual shift as far as places we've lived. It's all been in Ontario in that general area, but from larger city to smaller city, and now we're just out in the middle of, really out in the middle of the country, which is a shift, but it's quiet.
That's honestly like a big appeal to me. Like where I live next, I want to kind of not be. I want to be like not super far from civilization, but like secluded.
Yes.
Have you been to Vegas?
Not yet, but I want to.
It's not what people think it is. Like I live in Summerlin, which is like big outdoor area. I go hiking and mountains and stuff every day. And like, of course, I go to the strip once in a while, but like it's so much more outdoorsy than people think. Like that's why I moved there.
I've heard that before, which is really cool to hear. Stacey DeWitt here, 97.5 kilos on the bar, 214.9, or 215 pounds when we round up a little. Smooth second, looking like I'd expect the second to look. 3 white lights. Excuse me, I called that a second. That was the first bench. Lexi Linnell, 97.5 kilos.
Again, love it when these girls are opening with over 200 pounds. That's 215 pounds in 3 white lights. She smoked it.
Love to see it.
That was always like my biggest goal growing up. I was like, I can't wait till I can hit 2 plates.
Yeah.
Side on bench press.
It's a milestone, and I have to imagine, especially for a lot of female lifters. I mean, it's a milestone regardless of who you are, and it's really cool, as you say, to see these ladies opening up like that.
Chantre Lilly opening with 100 kilos, 220 pounds.
And if you at home want to follow along live on the score sheet, go to liftingcast.com. Let's watch Chantre taking 100 kilos for a ride with leaving no doubt. That's a good opening bench right there.
And for tomorrow, what I'll do at home, because I'm a little upset none of you have given me any feedback for who to give a shout out to or anything, but for tomorrow, what I'm going to do is I'm going to have YouTube open so that we can comment along, and I love it when I feel like you guys at home are part of the move with us. Amanda Torres opening with 110 kilos, 242 pounds. in between the break, I got a chance to go talk to her really quick after her squat. She's feeling great. She's just excited. Her body feels good. So expecting some big bench and deadlift from her after that second. Now she has the third. Now she has the third strongest squat in the world. So pretty good feat already.
I'd say. Gosh, that must be an incredible feeling.
I don't know if her parents are here. I think they are somewhere, but I love watching people's parents when they're so into it.
Yes.
Like, it's just, yeah.
Talk about the proud parent moment, right?
Yeah. I never, my mom supports me, but I never really wanted her, like, she would always come to my meets and I would never want her there because she was one of those moms where she's like, don't give it everything you have, just keep a little something. And I'm like, Mom, do you know, like, your honest personality? Like, don't say that to me.
You know who I am.
So I love it when parents are like hyped and just like let the kid do their thing.
Absolutely.
When you get, now that you have daughters, like
Yes.
you might be a little scared if they're pushing themselves under a, heavy weight.
It's true. I could go one of two ways. I'm certain I'll have some of that hesitation.
Yeah.
And then I'm also very certain they will know when I'm in the crowd at their meets if they choose to compete. Here's Bree Levy with 127.5 kilos, 281 pounds. Holy smokes. That's too strong. Back to the top of the order for second attempt bench presses. Now get to see how these lifters have chosen their next attempt based on the openers. We saw some pretty solid openers. I've learned not to say certain things on the mic or people will get mad at me, but these ladies are strong. I'm certain they've chosen smart decisions for their attempts, and we're going to watch it all live. And if you want to watch it live, go to liftingcast.com, look for the Go/3 Amateur Day. Pull it up, put it alongside the live stream, and you'll be immersed in the action. Just shy of being able to place your orders for food and drink here at Tank Brew & Co. Courtney Fox coming out for round 2 of benches. 67.5 kilos, 149 pounds. Pulling herself into position, setting those shoulders. Lifters can tuck those feet under them. They just cannot put them in contact with the support of the bench. Solid press. If she went up 5 kilos, what would you expect? 2.5?
2.5. That was pretty. But although her first one was slow too, because I said 2. I was very certain it was going to be 2.5, and it was 5, and he surprised me. So, but I'm still going to pay 2.5. How about you?
I want to go 2.5. Yeah. We're going to have to start calling different things to make it more interesting.
I know, because have you ate yet today?
No, not really. I had a protein shake.
I usually fast. I'll have food after this one, but I usually fast during events like this.
Right on. And sometimes by necessity, just given how stacked and jam-packed the weekend is.
Yeah, it's just honestly for me, if I eat first thing in the morning, which I usually always do, I'm just hungry. I have to eat every like 2 hours. So if I fast for a little bit, I won't be eating food while commentating on the live stream.
Love it. Jessica Berkery, 87.5 kilos.
Fast. 3 white. See, I think she'll take a bigger jump though. Would she,
Yes.
Jessica, the first 5?
I'd go at least another 5 on top of that. I don't know if I'd see or expect to see a 7.5. I'm always a little leery in general of a bigger jump from second to third than first to second, especially on bench. So I'd go 5 there. Two and a half kilo. Conservative call. Should be well within Jessica's range. Nalei Yang. Oh, excuse me. Nalei Yang, good lift. 87.5 kilos.
Kelly loading up for the second attempt. 7.5 kilo jump. So I was kind of surprised by that. So this is 87.5 kilos in the bar, 192 pounds. And good pause.
Well done.
Easy. Nice. I'm going to go ahead and guess right away, though, only a 2.5 kilo jump. It looked like the top portion of that, or triceps.
Slowing down there a little
We'll
bit.
see. She just gave them.
You are open. The kitchen is open. The kitchen is open. You got venues ring around the tables. The doctor has found.
Melissa Huffer will be our next lifter at 90 kilos. It's a 5 kilo jump from 1 to 2.
Here we go.
Working for it.
Oh,
You
come on.
might have that, yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
that right side.
Oh dear.
Let's see, let's see, let's see.
Oh dear. 2 to 1.
White, awesome.
Good lift.
That was 90 kilos, 198 pounds. So I don't know. Do you think she's gonna take it there today?
I would personally scratch it.
Yeah, I would scratch it too. Unless she, it's not like she has like a long recovery time. Let's say she had like a half hour, but
Yes.
quick turnaround. So
Talk about grit. Just gutting it out with that lift. Lauren Calloway is our next lifter here at 95 kilos, 209.4 pounds. Good lift, 3 white lights. Gina Kayapa is going to go up 5 kilos from first to second attempt. And if memory serves, her opener looked just fine, so she's very likely good for this too. Good solid press. That's a good lift.
Stacy Stewart. 105 kilos.
Stacy Dewitt. Stacy, I apologize if I'm saying your last name wrong so far today, or if I'm saying it wrong now.
I think it's DeWitt.
I thought so too, and then I heard
Oh, okay. So
that Stacy jumped 7.5 kilos. Looks like the 105 on the bar. That's 231.5 pounds.
and it's continuing to get busier and busier in here. I see a lot of people just walking through the door right now. The kitchen just opened at Tank Brewing Company. Again, beautiful venue. We are happy to be here in Miami. And shout out to some of our awesome sponsors. That was an interesting handoff.
Yeah. Making
Nice
a hole of
pause.
that.
Good long.
3 white lights.
Handoffs are one of the most technical things in powerlifting, and anyone who gets a handoff knows it has to be the person they're familiar with. They have a certain countdown. I just thought that one was interesting. That one was like a little longer than usual. Like they were both holding on to it.
Yes. when a handoff's done right, incredible, get the bar right where you need it to be in the start position and save energy. But when it's done wrong, as many of us would have unfortunately experienced, it can be pretty rough. Lexi Linnell, 105 kilos, driving it up, holds it. That looked pretty solid to me.
3 white. Nice. Like,
Love to see it.
Chantre Lilly up, taking a 7.5 kilo jump for her second attempt. 107.5 kilos, 237 pounds.
See how quickly I put them on you. Father, burn!
Chantre having jumped 7.5 kilos from first to second attempt bench. No lift.
So, this corner, 115.5.
Are you a music while you lift kind of person?
It depends on my mood. I used to like never ever have music.
Oh yeah?
Ever. Because like with strongman, like just so much going on. And then when I tried powerlifting, I got kind of more into music, helped me focus. And then when I got into bodybuilding, I like always needed music. And now I can go either way. It kind of just depends on my mood. A lot of times, like, I just want to get away from technology, to be honest, when I'm lifting.
Right.
And, you know, that's one of my favorite things about a powerlifting gym is like, it's usually like they have the music on, you can choose it. I don't really love wearing headphones. I feel like distracts me a little bit.
Yeah, that's right. Especially in the powerlifting gym. Amanda Torres, here we go with 117.5 kilos. Muscling it up. Judges are going to give it
3
to
white
her.
also.
Yeah, I feel like being able to go either way with or without music is an advantage.
I think
depending
so
on where
too.
you are, right? Whether it's wherever you're going to train or certainly whenever you're going to compete, whether it's strongman or anything else. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I always tell my clients to try and like get used to different conditions.
Definitely plays into it. Bree Levy's going to round out our second attempt benches here with flight B. 132.5 kilos, 5 kilo jump from first to second for Bree. This is 292.1 pounds.
Getting her set up just right.
That looks solid, especially for the second. 3 white lights. Back to the top of the order. Third attempt benches. Like we saw in Flight A, third attempt benches can be tricky. Margin for error is lower. We've already expended some of the energy that you had in the tank for squats and the benches we've done so far. So these ladies, though, they've shown that they came to play, put up some big numbers already, and we'll see them really get after it here on bench number 3.
And like we both said, we both believe statistically the third bench is often the most failed. You don't typically see as big of jumps compared to the first and second for a number of reasons, as you can imagine. Tired, fatigued, and just often it's not like, unlike squat or deadlift where you can get a big PR, it's less likely to happen with bench in terms of how much you jump.
Yes, absolutely. Helps to build the total. It's not as usually as big of a contributor as squat and deadlift end up being.
This is Courtney Fox's 70 kilos, 154 pounds, which was a big jump. Oh, maybe not. 60,
2.5 kilos.
2.5 kilos. Okay. We're actually gonna have to start tallying down like what we said for the second and third.
Yeah, we really are. That's a no lift for Courtney there at 70 kilos. Bar's going to be getting ready for Jessica Berkery. $90 kilos here. Another 2.5 kilo jump from second to third. It's 198.4 pounds. Platform crew working tirelessly to keep us moving along and keep the lift safe. Walking around the Hong Su Power plates and bar, racing our platform today. There goes Jessica with 90 kilos. Oh, fighting for it, fighting for it. Come on, Jessica.
Nah.
Let's go.
Oh, that's my favorite. I get so excited when it looks like that.
So good. Well done. We talked about the grind. We talked about mental fortitude. It takes grit to stay with a bar over your chest or over your face when it's moving slow and you're on the knife's edge of making or missing. And just keep fighting it out, just like Jessica did. We love to see it. Nalei Yang, 90 kilos here. Same weight, 2.5 kilo jump, 3 weight
Oh,
lights.
she could have. It's so tough when you see a lift like that and you're like, they could have done more.
Always in hindsight,
Yeah.
right? That's part of the excitement of, it's almost a little bit like gambling, right? When you're putting in
Yeah.
your attempts, you're like, ooh, what do I have? Can I make this? And you're basing it off of what you've done in the gym, based on how your warm-ups are going and your first attempts, but you still never really know.
That's a really good analogy, actually.
Does it hit home because now you live in Vegas, especially? I had to. It was right there.
I do like slot machines once in a while. I'll put like $5 and I'm like, why did I do that? I don't know how to like get. I actually want to learn just so I think it could be fun, but I'm not a big risk taker in that sense, I guess.
Stay tuned for the Brittany Diamond version of the movie Casino. Here's Kelly Icolina, Team No Luck with 92.5 kilos. 5 kilo jump, fighting for it. Getting cheers from the crowd. She's going to be happy with those 3 white lights.
So how did you first find like the barbell? Like, do you remember a specific moment?
Sure do. So it started with football in high school.
Okay.
And I was never a great football player. I was pretty small, but I worked hard and I picked up the weights that my parents had in their basement to get a little bit bigger and stronger for the next season of football. And then played for 3 seasons. When I graduated school, or even after football finished, I wasn't on the field for 2 hours a day, 5 days a week. So I stuck with the weights. And that translated into just lifting for
Fall
hypertrophy.
in love. And,
Yep. And then I wanted to compete in natural bodybuilding. Never competed, trained for it. And then powerlifting, found that around 2014.
Cool.
And
Never looked back to it.
that's Lauren Kelly
That's right.
fighting.
Oh my
White
God,
lights. Let's go, Lauren.
loving this. We've seen so many successful third attempts. Like,
Love it. Love it. These ladies came to play. I'm going to keep saying it. But yeah, after bodybuilding and, just where I was, it wasn't the greatest of matches for me. Still have a lot of love for bodybuilding and physique sports in general.
Yeah.
And then, powerlifting was a great fit and I've stayed with it ever since. Gone through a number of injuries and life changes and getting married, having kids,
Yeah.
starting and scaling a business. And powerlifting in particular, the barbell really gives me consistency. And I think of it as like an anchor sometimes.
yeah. I've heard that before for a lot of people.
Here's Gina with 100 kilos. Good job, spotters. Not there today. Chantre Lilly is going to be taken out of the run at 107.5. Do you remember what she missed it on for her second?
No, I don't.
Either.
I'll be more sharp now that I am finally getting some caffeine.
That's right. Brittany has a sweater. She has caffeine. We're entering the next level.
All right, let's see if she can come back for redemption on this Chantre with 107.5 kilos, 237 pounds. Before it was just a proper.
The hips come up. No lift there for Chantre.
It's all right, plenty of time before deadlift.
Absolutely.
Now for final three lifters of this fight, Stacy, Lexi, and Bree.
Last three lifters of Flight B before you roll right on into Flight C with more bench press in action.
Stacey's had a great day so far. This will make her 6 for 6, which I have faith, judging by how her 105 looked. The nice pog. Oh,
Oh, that might be a little wobble, maybe downward. 2 to 1. Good lift.
Good, yeah.
Good enough.
Looked like she went down a little bit, but Jared and I are actually seeing the same view you are because we have the spotter photos in front of us. So although we're only about 15 feet away, maybe from the platform, we're actually viewing it in the same perspective you are.
So if you're not already, get lifting cast fired up.
It's only bench sets like this though, because deadlift will be able to see everything. So I love being able to give a different perspective too. So
Totally. Lexi Leno, 110 kilos to round out her bench attempts, up 5 kilos from her second. She's fighting for it. She wants it. Well, the judges give it to her. 2 to 1. Good enough for a good lift. Last up, Bree Levy. A record attempt, 5 kilo jump from 2 to 3. This is 303.1 pounds.
So that's a big, finally getting over 300 pounds is a big, I don't mean finally, I meant when you're going over 300 pounds, it's huge.
It's a lot of weight.
That's where oftentimes in a third attempt you will see someone jump maybe more than they normally would. Obviously this one for Stacey, I mean, except for Bree, it's a state record, but also it's like when you have that number,
Yes.
it's like I want to get over 300. So it's like, push it. And that looked,
Oh, my
wow.
heavens.
That did not look like a third attempt. 3
No.
white lights for Bree. Getting the state record. Wow. Yeah.
Incredible.
I hope she opens with that her next meet.
Yeah, me too.
The training cycle.
Me too. Future
Oh,
is
that's
bright.
so cool when you see the last attempt look like that.
Absolutely. One more round of benches. At the end of Flight C benches, we'll have a 10-minute break when we get into deadlifts for this first session of the amateur day of the Ghost Clash 3 here in beautiful Miami, Florida. If you're just joining us now, my name is Jared Maynard, joined by,
I'm Brittany Diamond.
and we will be with you all weekend long Anthony Ferrara. With a good first bench here in plate C at 95 kilos. Here goes Jerry Weisenhunt.
Hi, Jerry.
117.5 kilos, 259 pounds. Competing in the open 82.5 kilo weight class. He's going to pull himself into position here. And a lot of people, especially if they're newer to powerlifting or lifting in general, don't realize how much of a full body lift the bench press really is or needs to be.
I remember when I first started benching, I'm like, why do my glutes hurt so bad?
Exactly.
Driving, yeah.
Glutes hurt, back cramps. That's how you know you're benching right. Here goes Jerry. Solid pause.
Very explosive athlete.
Red lights. Bars loaded for Phil Bennett. Phil did some absolutely massive squatting earlier this morning. Finishing with 302.5 kilos. He's going to be opening at 130 kilos. Lifters have 1 minute until the start command from the time the announcer calls bar is loaded or platform ready. Speedy. 3 white lights. Easy to build momentum for Phil right now into some good second and third attempt bench presses, especially right in the high from the squats. We're going to have Ernesto Lopez coming out next for bench 1 at 132.5 kilos. This is 292 pounds.
Again, respect. Nothing but respect. I'm going to look him up on social media now because I want to know his story.
Keep us posted on what you find. Ran Ton coming out next, 137.5 kilos, 303.1 pounds.
He's a vegan. Ernesto is a vegan too, so I'm following him. So I'll know for tomorrow. I give you guys an update on if he wants to share.
Love it. Here comes Ran. Absolutely bodied.
Yeah, we are killing the openers.
Holy.
Alright, guys. First of all, hold that for the key.
Thinking about how we found, the barbell and the different iterations of it. The Northeast especially seems to be a hotspot for powerlifting, hey?
Oh yeah, funny story actually. So I fell in love with the barbell when I was really young, but I purposely moved after college. I moved to an area in Boston where Total Performance Sports was, TPS, which is like a very famous like powerlifting, strongman, bodybuilding gym, and yeah, the rest is history. But I am so happy that I was able to kind of, when I first started like seriously training for strength, be in that culture, because it is an advantage to be in that culture with people that know how to spot, know how to push you.
Yeah.
Nice speedy lift for Josh.
Like Josh pushed that 140 kilo opener.
It's funny because you really don't appreciate those like life lessons. I didn't realize how much it was helping me until I am able to reflect back. But there is no way, if I never found the barbell, that I would ever have my own business. Absolutely no way. Because first of all, it's in multiple ways, it's like it gave me a platform, but then also like just the lessons of like you said earlier, like failing and like continuing to push myself. And I often have to reflect, but now that I don't compete as much as I once did, it's like I have to almost think back, and it's like, remember what they've done for me.
Right.
Like, okay, I can get through this. Like,
Yes.
It sucks and it's hard, but I can.
Yes. That's awesome. Looking back and reminding yourself of those things, really, it can be really powerful. Justin Evangelista with 140 kilos, no problems. Love it. Love it. But to your point, as far as the environment, especially as you're coming into the sport, having a solid foundation and really learning stuff that otherwise would, I don't know if you'd ever, either you learn it, but it takes a long time, and maybe you make mistakes along the way. We all do. But having people to push you, teach you, and to come up in a welcoming environment like that is huge.
Yeah, the welcoming environment is everything. I've been searching and searching. Obviously I keep joking, but I've lived so many places and I get to see gyms, but it's harder almost now, like living in Vegas, it's harder to find that that environment almost. But yeah, it's definitely in the Northeast. I always like asking athletes from other countries to what it's like there.
Right. Yeah, same. Avery Jackson, 142.5 kilos. Looking like an opener.
Do you have any gyms that come to mind for just some place that you love to train? Love the environment.
That I already have trained at and enjoyed it? I'm trying to think. This is a product of living at home, and I don't drive because of an eye condition, so that kind of puts a damper on getting around sometimes. But I did train at a powerlifting gym in Waterloo, Ontario, which is very close to where I live. No longer there. It was called Future Proof Performance. Grutzen knew the owner, and he was great. It's rarer to find powerlifting gyms, I think in general in Canada, but certainly outside of big spots like Toronto. So to have a powerlifting gym, and especially one where the doors are wide open, you're welcome to come in and train.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cool. So I really enjoy training there. There are a whole bunch of gyms that I want to train at. Timothy Zaravlev going to take 150 kilos for a ride for his opener.
Nice long pause. Yeah, and just to reiterate too, it's being a coach. Oftentimes, I never push anyone to compete, but I'll have clients that are intimidated to go to a powerlifting gym, and I push them because I'm like, no, honestly, people are much nicer. Because even me, when I was a pro and competing, I'd be traveling for work and I'd go to LA Fitness, and that's where I would get nervous and get gym anxiety, because people would try and tell me I'm doing something wrong or touch me, where it's at a powerlifting meet, a powerlifting type gym, everyone's more willing to help and give you tips and pointers, and it's far less intimidating. So just if anyone's watching, that or listening, I encourage everyone just to go try it out. You never know.
Absolutely.
And I have a woman, I coach a woman who's turning 65 years old.
Let's go.
Just started lifting 7 years ago, and now she's competing. So it's like,
Never too
you know,
late.
yeah.
Thomas Boswinkle, 160 kilos. Speedy. 2-to-1, good lift. That's really cool. Your
Yeah.
lady she started lifting.
55.
Wow.
She started at 58.
That's
She
incredible.
got a coach. She got me like a year ago. She was just following like magazine, like old. She like literally had a magazine. She said, and it was like following the workout plan. She's so cool.
Amazing.
She has granddaughters, and that's why she said when her daughter became pregnant, she's like, I want to be strong enough to like lift my grandbabies and do fun stuff with them. So it's just, yeah.
See, we talk about, I mentioned it before, the ripple effects, right? We talked about what that means as far as people's confidence when it comes to hardship or challenges, whether it's at work, at home. But yeah, you get the very real benefits of being strong enough to pick up your grandkids, do a whole bunch of yard work. My wife is a good example of just really enjoying being strong and being able to pick up our kids and not have to worry about anything, really.
Good catch. So sometimes, you know, you give the spotters and loaders the bar height. Could be wrong, but he caught it before he touched the bar, which is good. Still would get a chance to, I think it's 30 seconds if you.
Yes.
But still, good thing you caught it.
Yes. Always important and difficult to be attentive to those things as a lifter when you're usually focused on lifting. But glad that Micaiah caught it. He's taking 165 kilos here, 363 pounds. Plenty of speed on the descent and on the ascent. Love it. The meet that I commentated earlier in March, which is where I met Anna and Al and the whole A1 Digital team, there's also another woman, I believe she's in her 50s, and she just started powerlifting last year. I think that was her first meet ever, and she had a blast. And I love first meets in general. There's something extra special about somebody who found the barbell, especially maybe later in life and decided to go for it. David Joplin, 190 kilos.
He wants redemption after the squat, so.
He's starting to get it from the looks of it. Last opening attempt here for Flight C. For Colton Resignano. Hopefully I said your last name right. I put the Italian flair. You can tell me if I'm wrong. 197.5 kilos, 435 pounds. Over 4 plates for an opener, no big deal.
Oh,
Beautiful.
yeah. Hoped it.
Look like he found that gear on that press and just found the whole body tension and rocketed it up. Bringing us to Anthony Ferrara's second attempt bench press. Bars loaded for Anthony, 102.5 kilos, 225.9, well, 226 pounds.
How did you get into the commentating? You said in March.
Yeah, so Francesco and Sarah Catalano, Catalano events, they're friends of mine. Francesco and I met each other at camp. Anthony just making short
Wow.
work of 102.5. Heavens. Three-way
I
leg.
remember his age too. He's 18 or 19.
Crazy.
Lifting this weight.
Absolutely wild. So yeah, Jessica and I, we knew each other from working at camp, and then I was originally, I'd signed up for one of their other meets, which didn't move forward, so they had asked if I would be willing to come and commentate, which was my first time commentating, and again, met the A1 team. It was a hell of a time. It was great.
Yeah.
And just similar here, Francesco and Sarah really put a lot of effort into the whole meet experience, and everyone came away, I think, having had a great time.
Jerry Weisenhunt, second attempt, 122.5 kilos. The 7.5 kilo jump, and like I said on his first one, very, very, very explosive athletes, just throwing that bench up like he's punching the sky. So I'm looking forward to seeing what this one looks like.
Ooh, grinding. Stays on the gas all the way through that sticking point. It's the same question, but back to you. You were a journalism major, you said, through school?
Yeah, so my dream growing up from a young age, I remember watching like the nightly business report. I just wanted to be a reporter. I liked talking to people. And then life, obviously, because of lifting, I shaped my life around that after college. I got very into strongman. And I ended up getting into sales because I opted not to be a reporter. And actually, a really funny story that I love telling was a local Fox affiliate, once I started gaining a lot of muscle, told me that it was such a shame. I was so talented, but I was never going to make it because of how I looked.
Get out of here.
And I was 19 or 20, and I just was, and I'll never forget when I got my first ESPN gig, like 7 years later, and I was, you know, the biggest I've ever been. I wanted to like write him, because I think I have him on LinkedIn.
Oh man,
It just goes to show you that, like, yeah.
that's incredible. Ernesto Lopez.
Oh.
There.
To see the imbalance there,
Yeah.
they took it, yeah.
The jump spotters. That was a 5 kilo jump from 1 to 2. He'll probably come back and take that again, I'd
Yeah.
imagine. Can't see a bump in that one.
Tighten up that lat a little bit. There's always an imbalance every side, no matter what.
Yes.
Legs, arms, something.
Do you still think about writing that person who said that to you?
I often do. One of my goals, it's funny because you start thinking about goals outside of lifting. It's like funny. I want to write a book about kind of what social media is really like, being on the side of it, making a career out of it, and I definitely will talk about that because it really did affect me when I was young. Now it doesn't, you know. But like as a 20-year-old, I was like, oh, maybe I shouldn't be as big. But I was glad that I had the attitude. I was like, no, I'm gonna chase strongman. I don't care what he says. Like,
Incredible that you did, because yeah, that stuff it matters. Josh Kirsch for 140 kilos. He's retaking this, which he missed on his first. That looks very smooth. That's got to be good.
Yeah.
Sure is.
so it's something like that. Maybe he, I don't know, maybe just had not the best setup for the first one, but he came back and crushed it. Like, no problem whatsoever.
What would you expect in that situation? You missed your opener, you've made it on your second, and it looked like that. What would you put on the board?
7.5.
Yeah.
I'd want to still err on the side of caution. How about you? What do you?
5.
Okay.
Yeah. Britt was right. Ran time. Here on the bench with 142.5 kilos.
I want some Peruvian food for that one. I'm just kidding.
The bet was made after.
Oh, no.
Oh, 2-1, no lift, unfortunately, for Ran Khan.
Are your wife and daughters at home watching?
Yes, they are at home. I think they might be watching at some point
You're
today.
gonna have to show me pictures.
Yes.
Now I have this like picture in my head of what the girls look like.
I'll definitely show you. The request from all of them was, can you take a picture of an alligator? Because they really didn't want me to fly. So I was like, I'll try to find an alligator.
Daddy, you can do it.
Yeah, that's right. I was looking at the airport. And like, can I find a toy alligator? Is that my workaround? Here's Justin Evangelista.
Very interesting stance. Look how wide he was out for.
Yeah.
I would say he's about maybe like 5'6" or so. So that was interesting to see.
Yeah, I've seen wider stances with longer limb lifters or longer legged lifters, especially when they find that they're benefited from that wider base support, helps their leg drive. Not so much with shorter limb lengths, particularly in the lower body. If you're tall, again, you just have to do something with that length of body. So wider stances can help to find that position. Here's Phil Bennett coming after 150 kilos on bench number 2, up 20 kilos from bench number 1, and he looked like he was good for that 20-kilo jump.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a big jump. But let's see. Oh yeah,
Nicely done, Phil.
happy he went with that then. Good. What do you think for the third?
Oh, geez. 12 and a half?
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say 10.
Okay.
Do you want to bet on this one for real?
Yeah, let's do it.
What do you
I'm
want
getting
to bet
hungry. I don't know. I'm hungry. So some food. Come on, Phil. Make the right call for you, but also for me.
Oh,
20
my
kilos.
God, 20!
Let's go.
Wow,
You're in it
that
to
is-
win it.
That is something I don't see very often.
No, nor
Oh
I.
wow, okay. I'll be really excited to see Philip's third attempt.
Big here.
Right now we're getting ready for Avery Jackson, 152.5 kilos.
Fighting for it. Two to 1. Good lift for Avery. Timothy Zaravlev coming out next. 157.5 kilos, 347 pounds. Up 7.5 from first to second. Getting cheers from the crowd. And boys in the lift are getting that encouragement, can really take the energy up a notch, especially when you need it. Works up unrack, gets set. Good. Not that Timothy did that, but one of the tough things, especially as the weight gets heavier, is to see the bar drift over the face and get out of the groove. And where the lifter's individual groove is going to be will depend on leverages primarily and how long their arms are. But especially when that bar drifts back over the face, it can be really difficult to muscle that up.
One of my favorite aspects about learning how to bench press, and obviously not a bench press expert or anything, but I was pretty fascinated with how much it helped me really hone in. Something I always struggled with was learning to really isolate my lats and fail them. And I feel like the bench press that really clicked, and it helped me with obviously strongman and my overhead press, but also with like bodybuilding and learning to flare my lats. So I think the bench is it's such a cool lift.
It
It's
is.
so technical. It really is so technical.
Yo, so much. Yeah, and you really do need to learn how to activate the lats to reach your potential. Thomas Boswin, 170 kilos.
For me, it was the cue, like, everything clicked for every different athlete, but someone told me simple, easy cue that everyone's probably heard, but just to, when I'm unracking the barbell, just pretend I'm bending it in half. And that, for me, it was just like a light bulb went off, and I was like, oh, I get it. I get it now. Yeah.
That's what the lat feel like.
Yeah.
Other helpful cues that I like, that I've played with a few different for myself and athletes, pulling the bar apart, stretching it like a noodle, that can help sometimes. I mean, with all this, not that it's a direct lat cue, but you really want to grip the bar hard. And whatever cue it is that really clicks for you or your individual athlete, man, it's an essential thing to really reach your potential when it comes to bench pressing.
And that's another thing too about being at a powerlifting meet. It's like, a powerlifting gym. You'll hear all these different cues, and it's like, oh, something's gonna click for you. So if you have passion for this, it's like really immerse yourself in that culture.
Absolutely. Micaiah Branch, 175 kilos, 385 pounds. 10 kilo jump from 1 to 2. Good lift. Something I'm curious about too, especially for your background with strongman and bodybuilding, muscle mass. So we talked about people finding the barbell, and especially how when it comes to longevity and sustainability, one thing you need to do for all these sports is put on muscle to your frame. And how was that for you? Is it ever, did you find that it was pretty easy to have the muscle come around? Was that something you had to really work at?
Yeah, I put on muscle, and it was kind of cool just because I didn't know I could. Like, I always was self-conscious of how small my upper body was in relation to my legs when I was a sprinter, but it came on the most when I graduated college. I was a Division I rower, and I started, I called it my road to strongman. That's like all I trained, all I wanted to do. And with 6 months time, I put on 20 pounds.
That's wild. David Joplin.
Oh, Joplin. He's had one of those days. I just think it's, all right, well, I think it went down. Yeah, that's fine.
They'll have another chance to rally here on bench. But it can be tough. It really not only can rattle you mentally, but energetically. You only have so much gas in the tank, and grinders like that, they really take it toll.
Yeah.
So you said 20 pounds in 6 months.
I put 20 pounds on in 6 months, and then it was funny because I was like, oh, I'll never have to cut for strongman. Then I ended up having to cut to 180, and then with bodybuilding, I try to put on more size in my lower body, and it's funny because right now I'm trying to cut again, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think that's my set point anymore. I think I did put on more muscle.
Yep.
It just took, that initial one came easy, and then the past, I've been lifting for very consecutively and specifically for 8 years, and it took me 8 years to put on probably another 5 pounds of lean tissue. So it's funny how it starts off so fast that it's like, oh.
It's quick gains, and then it really tapers off, and you got to fight for those gains. Here's Colton, 207.5 kilos, 457 pounds. Man, I wish I could do 450.
That was like that. Okay. Oh my God.
Well done, Colton. Good lifts.
Gonna see some 500-pound benches in there.
What did he do? He went from a 10-kilo jump. I don't know about a 500. I think we'd see 470.
Okay, yeah, that would be.
Yeah. Tomorrow, though.
Oh, yeah. See, I can hear a Canadian accent.
Oh, you heard it there?
And tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Hey?
Yeah, there it was.
Shout out to Francesco and Sarah again for one of the announcement posts this past week when they announced you and me commentating. I think I joked with them in the comments. We could make a drinking game on how many times I subliminally put in an A. Oh, yeah, eh? Anthony Ferrara, 110 kilos. Fighting for it. He can fight it all the way through. No, not quite.
Again, a huge future for Anthony, junior lifter, only 18 or 19 years old, put up some huge numbers. And his looks, he's extremely deceiving for, he doesn't Not saying he doesn't look strong. Please don't say that. But it's just like, can't believe what he can
He's
put up.
surprisingly strong, absolutely.
Packs a lot of punch in that body.
Sure does.
And it'll be fun. I'm looking forward to seeing him develop as an athlete and his physique and everything. So
Yeah. Especially having a younger lifter compete in an environment like this.
so good for them because they're going to learn so much and just progress that much quicker.
Totally. Bars loaded here for Jerry Weisenhunt. 125 kilos, 275 pounds. 2.5 kilo jump from 2 to 3. Such a small margin for error. Your setup really matters on all three lifts, but especially on the bench. We're fighting for it.
Oh, Jerry.
Starting the
Yes. Oh, I'm glad he got that. I was unsure.
Me too. Well done, Jerry. Stoked to see it for him. Ranton coming up next. Take another run at 142.5. That was almost a terrible pun. I promise I didn't mean it. Fighting, come on. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. These are the third attempts I like to see.
One. Another 5 kilos goes in the bar for Josh Kirsch. This will be a 7.5 kilo increase from his second to his third. He redeemed his opener of 140 on his second attempt.
Just tiring.
Absolutely it is. See what Josh has left. Come on. Not quite. Those at home, the bar can stay stationary. There is a guideline as far as how long the spotters and loaders, the referee will let a lifter grind it out. But as soon as it starts to head downwards again, after the pressing command, or after it's begun to travel up, rather, that's when the spotters and loaders will typically take it. And then it's a downward motion infraction, so we'd no left there. Justin Evangelista with 155 kilos.
Curious to see what they call on that because I saw. Okay, yeah, I would. I get like stressed out at their attempts for just like, you know.
Me too. You care. It's because you care.
I'm excited though for late deadlifts are my favorite to watch.
Yes.
I'm so excited. I just love seeing like the animalistic nature of people come out and last in the day and
Absolutely.
set up everything.
The headspace you get to be in, rip something heavy off the ground. It's pretty cool. Avery Jackson is going to take a swing at a state record here with 155. That's 341.7 pounds. Ooh. He's fighting for it. I would have expected, I think I saw that downward motion a little earlier. What a fight, though. I'd imagine that as coaches, the stress that we feel for lifters is probably increased. At least it certainly has been for my lifters. Like when we were at Masters Worlds, my lifter was overall feeling fine. I couldn't eat. I was just too nervous for her.
I get really nervous for like weight cuts and stuff too.
Yeah.
More so for athletes than myself ever, because it's like, well, it's a like, learning experience, and everyone, especially if it's someone's first time, because they are trusting you, because like it's like
Yes.
a wild ride.
Oh, it certainly can be.
I think I told you I have a lot of people that were cutting weight. Everyone's good. It was just last night and tonight.
Sweet.
We're good.
Great job, Britt.
Thanks.
Timothy Zaravlev with 165 kilos, 363 pounds.
He's a flat-footed lifter. I always like to see if people are on their toes or on their heels.
Look at solid press.
Very solid.
3 white lights. Well done, Timothy. Philip Bennett coming out for bench number 3, 170 kilos. This is the 20-kilo jump, same as he took from 1 to 2. Surpassed both of our guesses for what he put on the bar. Let's see what Philip does right now.
Yeah, I suck. 20.
Holy smoke.
Oh my God!
Philip does
Yes!
himself better than we do.
Consistent 20-kilo jump for every attempt. Very successful. That was bad. I don't think I've seen that before.
No, I certainly haven't seen it that
No,
smooth.
that's really cool.
Hat tip to you, Phil.
Yeah.
You'll also be taking a 10-minute break.
Transferred through the MC. We're going to be taking a 10-minute break after bench press. We have 3 more third attempt bench presses before we get there, though. Thomas Boswinkle. My new last name, Envy. With a state record attempt of 172.5 kilos. Wow. Strong walkout at the end. That looked good to me. Judges thought so too. New state record. New notch in the belt for Thomas. What's the biggest cut you've had to make for strongman, powerlifting, or bodybuilding?
12.5 pounds. And I was traveling overseas.
Ooh, with overseas travel on top of that.
I made it. It was just rough.
How far did you have to travel?
I went from Boston to Iceland to Norway. So it was like 14 or 15 hours.
That's a hike.
Yeah.
Micaiah Branch here, 177.5 kilos. Plenty of speed on the descent.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, no. Hopefully he's okay. That looks rough.
Okay, he got up fine, though. That probably hurt.
No doubt.
Oh.
Yeah, he doesn't look super happy, but he is walking off. He seems okay. Good job, spotters.
Yeah. Like, just bounced right off him.
Oh, that's rough.
How about you? What was the biggest cut you had?
I haven't had to cut a whole hell of a lot. The first couple of meets that I did, I competed as an 83 kilo lifter in the IBF affiliate.
Mm-hmm.
I really didn't have any business staying around that body weight at standing about 6 feet tall. But it took me a while to start to get comfortable with the idea of gaining some weight, gaining some muscle.
Yeah, of course.
So haven't had big cuts myself, but through the lifters that I coach, we've had some big weight cuts, probably in the realm of like 6.5 kilos for a 2-hour weigh-in, it was a lot.
Yeah.
Colton's going to take us home for bench press, 212.5 kilos, 468 pounds. Just shy of 470, not there. Good job, spotters. Well, Britt, thoughts on bench there?
Bench was fun. You know, I was very, very, very impressed by some of the jumps and how many of the third attempts everyone got. Like I said, we were talking earlier about most people fail their third attempt, but that was a very good flight. So I'm excited for deadlifts. We will be back in 10 minutes, so make sure you stick around.
See you then.
Through our struggles, there are opportunities. Opportunities that can change us and change the world. Born out of risk, strife, persistence, and triumph, our achievements define us as humans. From the bottom, we can rise. Risen, we can dominate. We are strong. We are pioneer.
Only thing that's on my mind is who's gonna run this town tonight.
Yeah, I say that we are. This is Rock Nation. Pledge your allegiance.
We gon' run this town. downtown.
Yeah, we're on. We are back. We're live at the Ghost Clash 3 in sunny Miami, Florida. And holy smokes, what a day it's been so far. We've had an all-time world record squat, an attempt to break that same squat right afterwards. We've had opener bench presses at 400 pounds. We've had just the men and women of today. Plays A, B, and C absolutely come into play, and what an honor and a treat it is to watch all of them do their thing. If you're joining us now, my name is Jared Maynard, and I'm here with...
I'm Brittany Diamond.
And we are going to be the voices, primarily, bringing all the action to you live throughout the weekend, courtesy of A1 Digital, the strongest live stream in the world. If you want to be following along, go ahead. I mean, obviously you're watching us or listening to us right now. Pull up Lifting Cast because you'll get a chance to see what's happening as we see it. And we've got Janet Macias kicking us off. Excuse me, I missed Caitlin's lift. My apologies. 110 kilos was good for Kate. Janet Macias here with 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds. We're adjusting our angle so that you all get the best view possible. Janet was a good lift at 137.5 pounds.
Delaney Hopkins, 142.5 kilos on the bar.
Looked pretty solid. Oh. 2-1, still a good lift. I missed what that middle red was for.
I couldn't tell. It looks good, but
Yeah.
obviously someone caught on to something that I didn't.
And of course, the judges, we've got 3 of them, they've got the best seat in the house, and what they see is different from what we see, so sometimes that makes for a bit of a difference.
Samantha Johnson, opening with 145 kilos, 319 pounds, pulling sumo.
Rocketing it up.
Great first.
Bar is loaded next for Miranda Good at 155 kilos. Brianna Donatucci coming out next at 157.5 kilos, 347 pounds. You know, let's not overlook that these ladies are opening up at over 3 plates on the bar.
I know.
We were talking about how the evolution of powerlifting has progressed, but especially for women's lifting, and it's awesome to see. I love it. Beautiful. No question there. Brianna's best deadlift is 175 kilos, so we could very well see her, especially with that opener.
PR today.
Yeah, just PR, absolutely.
Camel to the platform.
Getting some height. Amber's about to get after 160 kilos, 352 pounds. Her best is only 2.5 kilos up from this. Safe to say, well, we'll reserve judgment. I think she's going to PR today.
Still PR. Her next attempt. Five loaded to 160 kilos for Sky Murray. That's 352 pounds. Sky's PR for deadlift is 175. So probably see that today. Yeah, that flew.
Oh, wait.
That was an awesome.
Let's see that. She knows she's on today. Brooke Mitchell will be our next lifter, opening at 165 kilos, 363 pounds. She's only about 18 kilos under her best deadlift so far for her opener.
She's had a good day. Awesome. 3 for 3 on her bench. That looks good.
One thing I'll be interested to see, I mean, all these ladies are smoking it so far, but especially with the differences between conventional and sumo deadlifting, the difficulty is as you have a wider base of support for the sumo, and especially as the weight gets heavier, because sumo starts usually faster off the floor, excuse me, slower off the floor and faster at the top, balance can be an issue, where you really have to lock that bar in and hold it until you get the down command, and that can be a challenge. I mean, a heavy deadlift is a heavy deadlift, conventional and sumo either way.
Brittany Lisa, 175 kilos, 385 pounds. And this looks like she's opening the PR.
Yep.
Yeah, her previous PR was 160 kilos, so 15 kilos under what her opener was. So I don't know when her last meet was, but that is just amazing to see that.
Samantha Taha next, 15 kilos under a PR for her opener. Beautiful.
All right, we are seeing an opener from Madeline Scott of 227.5 kilos. That's 501 pounds as an opener, okay?
Insane. And it's a PR for her, too.
Oh my God.
Madeline's having herself a day.
Got those leopard deadlift socks on to pull over 500 pounds, 501. Yes.
Easy work. Goodness.
I think a 20 kilo jump for that.
Yeah. Yeah, easily.
Already back on our second attempt with Kate Mattard, 120 kilos, 264 pounds. Again, guest lifted here today. On the other side.
Bars loaded for Kate.
Good.
Beautiful. Let's go, Kate. Good lift. She getting the bar ready for Janet Macias. 150 kilos. She is in PR territory if this goes well. Her PR is 157.5. And after, no, I'm looking at the wrong spot. She had a little bit of adversity through squat and bench. So she'll be wanting to lift this with authority. She already has some momentum after a solid opener.
Yeah.
Good stuff. Blue red lights for Janet.
Delaney Hopkins getting in the zone right now. Same weight, 150 kilos, 330 pounds.
And this should be a 2.5 kilo PR for her. Let's go, Delaney. Come on! No. Common stall point right at or above the knees there for conventional. That takes a toll. I expect her to come back and get another run at that for the third.
Samantha Johnson, 155 kilos, 341 pounds.
And this would tie her deadlift PR.
Nice.
Very
Well, she's
smooth.
gonna get a PR today, I would say, for her third.
I'd say so. What would you put on the bar after that?
It was a PR, just tied. Probably 12
Yeah.
and a half. Yeah.
Nothing
At
with
least
lose.
10. You?
Similar, honestly. 7.5 to 10 probably.
The state record attempt for Miranda, good, 160 kilos, 352 pounds. $5-kilo jump up from her first, looked just like the first. So I hope she goes a little bit heavier for her third. Curious, I would say 7, but she might just stick with 5. She looks to be conservative lifter, judging by all her lifts today.
And it looks like that second attempt tied her best deadlift ever.
So third will be a PR.
Yep. And another broken state record, very likely. Getting some encouragement. Here comes Amber Shackelford. 170 kilos, 374.8 pounds. She's got some support. Getting set. Wow.
Nice.
Beautiful to
That
see.
was pretty. Wow.
We talk about technical proficiency. She definitely knew what you needed to do to set up. We talked about the lats and the bench press. You need your lats to deadlift too. She got tight, she wedged in, and man, the rest kind of spoke for
I'm
itself.
gonna guess 10 kilo jump.
Yeah.
Amber third.
Brianna Donatucci, 170 kilos as well.
Took that bigger jump than I expected, but good because it was so fast.
Yup. Oh, gets out in front. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's always tough when that bar starts to drift out. It can happen for a number of reasons, whether the shins are too inclined, the bar's too far away. But once it starts to get away from you, gravity just, it's hard to beat gravity in that position. I'd expect to see her come back and take that. Yep, sure enough. Pardon me.
Guy is doing, has our headphones in, getting hyped. This is 172 and a half kilos.
Oh, yeah.
That just flew up. Guys, PR is 175 kilos, so I have no doubt she's going to take probably a bigger jump for her third and PR.
Very likely. I want to see how Sky reacts after the third. I'm imagining a successful third. I also find it interesting to see how hype people get. You can tell after they hit a big milestone or whatever. And also the vets who have just been there before are like, yeah, FPR, no big deal.
I get hyped, especially if it's like the last thing of the day. Like, you're done. And if you can get hyped, that means you're not injured.
That's true. That is a good point.
Or you're not in that much pain.
Yeah.
Like,
It's a manageable situation. Brittany Lisa is going to be our next deadlifter, 182.5 kilos, 402.3 pounds. Yeah, locks it in. 3 white lights. Putting the equivalent of 4 plates on the bar for Brooke Mitchell for what would be a 2 kilo PR. 3 kilo, excuse me. Ooh.
oh, that left hand.
No.
I don't know if it was a grip thing or if it just wasn't like locked in with her lat. So,
It was a tough go. I imagine she'll take the same number. Samantha Taha coming up next, 197.5 kilos, 435 pounds. That is just shy of a PR. Oh, yeah. Definitely want to see that top end you know, get locked in a little bit more, hips coming through, and which is easier to say than to do. But plenty of speed off the floor, as is typically the case with the sumo deadlift. Oh, excuse me, it's usually the other way around. So, based on that speed, if she can lock in that top half, I think she's safely in PR territory.
Madeline Scott. Again, she opened with over 500 pounds. So this is 232.5 kilos, 512 pounds.
Ooh. She's all right. Looking at her hand.
Yeah, but he opened up the palate. And we're already on third attempt. Kicking it off with Kate Haddard. 135 kilos. I don't know what they said to Kate, but she's like, something said something to her, she's laughing. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Good girl. I'm so happy for her. Again, she was a guest lifter today, but she's had a lot of adversity with just life and training lately. So that's what it's about. I'm happy for her, just showing up.
Love to see it. Bar is loaded for Delaney Hopkins. Moving on Delaney. All lifters will have a minute from the time that bar is loaded is called. So she may be scratching this and timing out unless she's
Yeah,
still here.
let's see. Getting some behind the scenes, some
Right. No short action. So yeah.
All right, yeah, timed out on purpose.
Which for those of you at home who may not be familiar, sometimes a lifter will either let the automatic weight selection, which is just a repeat of the weight you missed, or 2.5 kilos up the weight you made, be put in and then time out, like we said, which is a way to preserve the rest time and the pace of the meet. It's a very sportsman or sportswoman-like thing to do. And it can just be a call that you make when you're feeling like, you know what, going out for that third attempt, not what I need to do right now. So we may see a few more of those. We'll see.
Janet with 160 kilos. 10 kilo jump. Kind of what I thought. This will be a PR for her. Okay, well, it's all good. It happens. You have to go for it on the third attempt and send it, you know, last thing of the day.
Especially at the Ghost Flash 3. Samantha Johnson with 160 kilos, 5 kilo PR for her. If this is successful,
Which, judging her first and second, were so fast. So I had a feeling she was getting a PR from the first lift.
for sure.
Let's go, Samantha. Nice and fast.
Oh, no, not quite.
That was hard off the floor.
It really was.
She had a great knee. Only 2 lifts, only. Got her hand in there, punch it, punch it.
Ran the good, looking to break the state record attempt she set on her second, which was also matching her PR. And sure enough,
Great day.
excellent. Love to see it.
Loaded, 170 kilos. She gets it on her second, she's on the back on
MC getting some energy behind Brianna Donacucci as she comes back to take another shot at 170. 374.8 pounds. Let's go, Brianna. Come on. Not there. Decided it wasn't going to move. Brianna will finish with 4 successful lifts. She posted a total. Definitely had some challenges today. Here's some yells. Some ammonia action for Amber Shackelford. 182.5 kilos. This should be a 20 kilo PR.
Oh my God, that's
Get the
huge.
crowd behind
Let's
her.
go, Amber.
Come on.
The first and second one were, I said in the beginning, I was like, I think she's going to surpass the PR today. So
Yup.
she's definitely ready. Let's go, Amber.
She's got the momentum of a great day behind her. She's got the crowd. The crowd is with her. She's taking her time. She's very technical in her setup. She knows her routine. The arms are going to come out and then come back to the sides. And here she goes. Come on! Yes! Judges are going to 2-1, no lift, but what a fight. Oh, man.
For something like that, though, it's like, even though it didn't count on the platform, it's like now mentally, it's like you kind of got a PR because you got it up still. You just got to clean it up a little bit, which she will.
Absolutely.
Young.
Absolutely.
Go back to the drawing board.
Because that counts, you're right. Not on the platform here today, but that would count as a gym PR.
Yeah,
You know you can move it and get it just there. The bar is loaded for Sky Murray. 182.5 kilos. Above her old PR. Let's go, Sky. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Stay with it all the way to the top. I don't think she has it. Great fight. What heart, though.
Give her a round of applause. We have Brooke coming to the 407 pounds. Taylor, 107 pounds.
Brooke Mitchell, 185 pounds. Excuse me, 185 kilos.
Coming back to this. Yeah, it was before it was her. I think it was a grip thing on the left side. So, go Brooke.
Looking for redemption.
Looking locked in.
Come on, Brooke. Come on, it's still drifting towards that left.
I can't tell if that was a hard lock. I don't. Oh,
Good lift.
Brooke.
Talk about redemption. Well done, Brooke. Great lift. Yeah, the lock. I wasn't sure about the lockout either.
Yeah.
But the judges evidently liked what they saw. It's all you need is a lifter today. Brittany Lisa. Get encouragement's everything, Britt. Not there.
Yeah.
Last two third attempt deadlifts in flight A. But we keep on rolling right into flight B. 207.5 kilos, 457.5 pounds for Samantha Taha. Seven and a half kilo PR on the table here for Samantha.
For Sam, let's go.
Let's go, Sam.
She has to get this too. It'll keep her in second.
Let's go. Come on. What a fight. What a fight. She's locked it out.
Looks good to me. Let's see what the judges think. Yeah,
Let's go. Oh, man. That's got to be a good feeling.
Has to get this too. It'll keep her in second.
Let's go. Come on. What a fight. What a fight. She's locked it out.
Looks good to me. Let's see what the judges.
Madeline Scott will be taking this home for Flight A in the morning session of the Ghost Clash 3 with a 12.5 kilo PR attempt and a state record attempt at that.
This is the same as her second attempt. She's gonna get it. She looks more hyped this time.
Come on.
No.
No, not there today.
She's fatigued.
It's a long day. Nine big lifts over a full meet.
All right, kicking back off this next flight, we have Jessica Berkey kicking things off, opening with 137.5 kilos, 303 pounds.
Currently 6 for 6. Make that 7 for 7.
Yeah, that was good.
Same weight here for Courtney Fox with 137.5 kilos. She's 5 kilos off of PR, I believe. I'd say we're probably in PR territory.
That was so easy.
Beautiful.
I think she kind of laughed at how easy that was too.
Yeah.
That was good.
It's great when you can walk off and be like, oh, that was really easy. Stacy Dewitt coming up with 137.5 kilos. Doesn't look like any issues there, and we wouldn't expect there to be. 3 white lights.
You can hear the MC getting hyped.
Making sure the crowd is awake for these final deadlift sessions for flights B and C.
Yeah, with easy opener, 147.5 kilos, 325 pounds.
Lauren Calloway coming out next. Bar is loaded to 152.5 kilos at 336 pounds. Lots of momentum for Lauren heading into deadlifts. She's executed great so far.
Oh, yeah.
Classic Lauren.
Chantre Lilly. Bars loaded to 160 kilos. She's looking to come back on deadlift. She had a couple of mishaps today with the bench, got the opener, and then failed the rest. So strong, nice conventional strong pull.
Entree has the first deadlift on the board. Love to see it. Kelly Icolina going to be next out, representing Team No Luck. She's opening 10 kilos under her best deadlift ever. Getting a little whiff of some nose torque. Now she comes, do her thing.
I don't know her exact age, but she looks young to me, so it just goes, again, show you she's opening. Only 10 pounds away from her, or 10 kilos, excuse me, away from her beyond. So no doubt this will be a good day for the rest of her attempt.
No luck needed for Kelly. Gina Caiafa, our next lifter at 187.5 kilos, 413 pounds, 12.5 kilos under her best deadlift.
I'm laughing just because of how much they're smoking it right now.
Amazing. You were saying the deadlifts are a bit tough now after the wrist surgery for you?
Yeah, like, I don't know exactly what it is. Like, I can still kind of deadlift. It just, I actually, it's a nerve thing, and it feels like I'm having a stroke because I passed out a little bit once it's heavy. It's
Man.
really, really strange. I think I just need to get the metal rods removed. I just don't want to go through another surgery, and I'm sure you understand.
No, absolutely. Yeah, that sounds unnerving. Delay Yang, 195 kilos. 10 kilos under a PR. 3 white lights. She's going to be liking that opener.
Yeah, well, I think she'll get a PR in her next. I think she's going to jump at least 10 to tie it. Probably 12 just to break it. But I would think would be the best route.
Similar. I'd have a similar thought. There's Bree Levy with 195 kilos.
Wow.
Just
Strong. So strong.
there never was any doubt these ladies were strong, but if there were, all of these openers would be dispelling that. Amanda has a lot of momentum coming into deadlifts too. She set an all-time world record, now has the third best squat of all time in
Yeah.
her class.
Confirmed. Mhm.
Amazing.
That was today, so she's already had an off day. Now she's opening with 220 kilos, 485 pounds. So if this moves well, which I think it will, she's going to pull over 500. I've seen it in her training, so no doubt, yeah, then she looked it.
And she's 10 kilos off another PR, so
Yep.
and the cap out, our flight B opening deadlifts will be Lexi Renault, 220 kilos, 485 pounds. We are 15 pounds away from 500 for Lexi's opening
Go,
lift.
Lexi. Oh, I've never seen that before. I like her little hanging decompression of the spine.
Yeah,
I think that's what it was. Cool.
more of that head tone, like she narrow stance sumo.
I thought she was about to like pull it with like an RDL.
Yeah, really.
Like,
See?
what's going on? That's cool setup.
She probably could have if she wanted to. 2-1, good lift for Lexi.
Now we're on to second attempt with Courtney Fox, 145 kilos, 319 pounds. 7.5 kilo jump.
It should be a 2.5 kilo PR for her. Let's go, Courtney. Yeah.
Nice Courtney PR right there.
Well
2.5
done.
kilo PR. Awesome. And it looks like I'm gonna. I don't know. What do you think? I kind of want to say she'll jump a lot, but I don't know if it's already a PR.
Yeah. I think it depends on the mindset she had coming into it. If it were me in that spot, there's a chance I might throw 7.5 to 10 on there and just
Yeah.
see what happens.
See, I feel like for me, in my eyes, for that, if I already got a PR, it looked like that, I would just be like, you know what?
Go
I
for
want to
it.
go for it, but at the
Yeah.
same time, you have to look at your competitor and see where you stand. So it's tough because, like, personally, I don't want to go for it, but I still want to be people complete my placing. Easy lift for Jessica. That was 150 kilos, 330 pounds.
Yeah, that's the extra element. If you're trying to jockey for position, and there are cash payouts
Yeah, that's
for the amateurs and the pros. So keep an eye on the scoreboard and putting what needs to be on the bar, depending on what your competitors do. It's that added element of complexity, if that's something that you as a lifter or coach care about here. Stacy Dewitt, 150 kilos, moving like a second.
definitely on a roll, Stacey.
Absolutely. Lauren Calloway, 170 kilos, 374.8 pounds. It looked almost like that bar got out a little bit towards the top. She brought it back, at least to me. Way to lock it in and get that good lift. Lauren's best is 187.5. We'll see what she puts in. She made a decent jump from 1 to 2. Yeah, she'll probably, oh, we'll be a little bit under.
Under. Happens.
It does.
Just again, game day decision.
Yeah, not every day is, or not every meet is about PRing. There goes Chantre Lilly.
Oh, fast.
Yeah. Making sure that the shoulders and hips look locked out, but center judge didn't like something there.
Maybe it was like she like put her head up so much, and I don't know.
Settling,
Like, yeah.
possibly. Quite possibly. But yeah, not every competition is about PRing, which might sound a little counterintuitive, since as a powerlifter or any strength athlete, you want to push yourself and you want to do better and better. But sometimes, depending on the meet, or the meet prep, depending on travel, injury, even what goals you have or seasons of life you entered, it might look different. Here comes Kelly with 192.5 kilos on the bar for her second, 424 pounds.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Nice.
I believe Travis Rogers is competing either today or tomorrow, but if he and or Jess are watching Kelly, something tells me they're pretty proud so far. All these lifters are throwing around the Hansu power plates that have graced our platform today. I believe it's a Hansu power bar. Or excuse me, I believe it's a Kabuki bar. Come on, come on.
I don't know. That looks like it.
Yeah.
Word for sure. Yeah. Okay, so come back and get that.
Yeah, motion.
Malay Yang, 210 kilos, 5 kilo PR. Should this lift be successful? And if Malay has done one thing today, it's shown that she came to play. Beautiful. Good lift.
Nice. Hey, look, she like had like a moment of maybe a little slight blackout there.
Yeah.
Just the way she's standing there. I can relate to that look. I don't know, watching these deads is making me antsy. Like, I want to just get up and move and do something. Like,
We may find Brittany Diamond in the warm-up room between session 1 and session 2.
sitting down, honestly, is one of the hardest things in the world for me. Like, I love commentating, but just sitting down, I feel like I have such bad ADHD that I get so, I'm like, oh.
It's reasonable.
All right, she has been one of my favorites to watch lift today. Bree, she just stays so calm, and yeah, that was so...
Cold as ice.
She, you know, I don't know much about Bree yet. I'm gonna find out stuff about her because that girl looks young, carries herself well, and is so strong.
It truly is. You might have heard that. We're loading the bar to 523 pounds, 237.5 kilos for Lexi Linnell.
Yeah, Bree is really young. She's still in school. Graduating 2025. So
Man.
really cool.
Very cool.
Be that age, almost deadlifting 500.
Man.
So cool.
All I wanted to do at that age was play with MSN Messenger. Just aging myself here. Lexi coming out for a 2.5 kilo PR attempt.
All right, let's go, Lexi.
Come on.
Again, look, I heard you say it was so cool to me. So efficient.
Oh man, come on. Need to get there.
Oh, no. That's so hard.
That's tough. Yeah. What a fight, though. Would you come back out for another shot at that?
I probably.
No.
But maybe if if it's not hurting, maybe because it's the last thing of the day. But I just didn't really look possible.
No. For me personally, I would not.
Yeah.
But talk about heart. Amanda Torres, 240 kilos. 20 kilo up from deadlift number 1. 2-to-1 good lift. Courtney Fox went up 2 kilos from her second to her third. This puts her in position for a 5 kilo PR. Currently sitting 6 for 8. Some challenges on the third squat, third bench. Probably hungry for a bit of redemption on the third deadlift.
That's a good call too for the smaller jump for the third. The second was good, but I'm glad that she erred on the side of caution
Definitely.
with house squats. But, so.
Come on, Courtney. Come on, Courtney. That looks like she took it home. Sure did.
Yep. Aww.
Good stuff, Courtney. Finishing her day 7 for 9. Not shabby at all, especially on the Go Splash 20 platform. Here comes Jessica for a third attempt, 160 kilos, 352.7 pounds. This is a 17.5 kilo PR for her.
Wow. That's
Massive.
yeah, that's. Let's go, Jess.
Wow. Oh,
Oh, that might have been a little bit of a hit.
judges are going to say no.
Oh.
For those
Still a personal PR again, doesn't count on the meat, but she can move it, so.
Absolutely. Those at home, hitching is going to be when that bar, hitching
Tidy
and
up
ramping.
that technique.
Absolutely. When that bar starts to inch up the thighs and get supported, that's considered hitching or ramping, and that's not allowed in the deadlift. Stacy do it, coming out for her third, 160 kilos. She put on 10 keys from her second attempt. This is going to be a 6 kilo PR for her if successful. Come on, fighting through that sticking point around the knees. I think she has it.
Nice, girl.
Beautiful. Stacy's going to be happy with that finish. 9 for 9 for her. Come on, fighting through that sticking point around the knees. I think she has it.
Nice, girl.
Here we go, Lauren.
Lauren has had an amazing day. Let's see if we can wrap it up. 9 for 9. I have a plan. We're gonna.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on. Fighting for it all the way to lockout. Come on. Not quite. So close. She gutted that one out. She's taking a minute. Come on off.
Little blackouts.
Yeah. Anybody would be feeling that after all that exertion.
That blood pressure.
I've definitely experienced that one a few times myself.
Too.
Trey Lilly not there.
Kelly's third attempt is going to be 200 kilos, 440 pounds for a state record attempt. I'm actually surprised she stayed this conservative. But again, doesn't always look like it feels, not in their heads.
It's true. No shortage of support from the crowd. Come on, Kelly. You got this. Come on. Oh, yeah. If you can hold on to it, that's hers.
Oh yeah.
New state record. Kelly's going to be feeling good about that one.
I'm watching her chug a beer right now. She just
You got
finished
this.
too.
That's awesome. Oh, yeah. If you can hold on to it, that's hers.
Oh yeah.
Too good.
All right, let's see if Gina can come back and get this 202.5 kilo lift, just short of. She got it right past her knees, no problem, then kind of hit that sticking point.
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Sorry.
Unfortunately not.
DNS just fried at this point.
Yep.
Hi, Yang.
Yep. Tank has been emptied.
You're ready to go, Yang. Right down. And we're going to do the lefty.
Malay has already posted a PR on her second attempt. She's gone up 10 kilos to 220, 485 kilos. Come on. What a pull. Good lift.
We have another favorite attempt.
All right, 3 levy last attempt. 222.5 kilos, another state record.
They say fans are made at powerlifting meets, and I think Bree has made 2 fans of both of us.
Oh yeah.
Let's go, Bree.
Oh.
Wow.
That makes 9 for 9 and a state record.
Man,
And again, I just grew up after. I mean, I'm guessing she's super young. She's still in college, so
yeah.
on the younger side.
Sometimes I hear people, say, hey, if you went 9 for 9, did you really push yourself? And absolutely, that could be the case. Bree's showing that you can walk away with a 9 for 9 day and state records and just clearly leave it all there, setting the stage for even better meets ahead.
And we are wrapping up this flight with Lexi. Again, one of my favorite styles for how she pulled her setup. Love how the sumo pull is executed. This will be 237.5 kilos, 523 pounds. So she just missed it, but it was close. I have faith. We both kind of said we think she's going to come back and get it.
Yep.
Which is like it wasn't. It looked like more of just a technical the top, but we'll see.
I think so.
I get nervous saying stuff right before they go because I feel like sometimes I curse it, so I'm just like, all right, I'll just be quiet. But let's go. Come on, Lexi.
Let's go, Lexi. Oh, can keep it close, all the way to the top. Oh, can she lock it? I'm not sure. It looks like there might have been some down.
So close.
So close. Great fight, Lexi. And that takes us right into Flight C, final flight. Final round of deadlifts here for the morning session of the Ghost Clash 3 in sunny, beautiful Miami, Florida. Follow along because we are moving along. We are clipping through this in pullupliftingcast.com. Look for the Ghost Clash 3 Amateur Day to see all the action live as we add our voices and bring it to life for you, hopefully. Oh, yeah, please go for it. No. Of course. David Joplin going to be first up with 100 keys, 220.5 pounds.
He needs to do well on deadlift to have a little bit of redemption for how today has gone.
Yes.
So I'm hoping he's going to stay more on the moderate side.
Good lift for David. And he officially has a total loading up the bar for Anthony Ferrara for 215 kilograms, 474 pounds. Also lots of momentum coming into deadlifts. Only one hiccup on bench. And given that he's opening about 17.5 kilos away from a PR and how that moved, I'd say he's going to be gunning for a new record.
And again, he's the youngest lifter here today. Junior.
Man, I'm excited for him and all these lifters, but especially the juniors. Jerry Weisenhunt, 220 kilos, 485 pounds, which is a PR to open with. Slower off the floor, which is expected, but great first lift. Jerry Weisenhower, awesome to see. My daughters have been really interested in learning how to deadlift recently.
Oh, that's exciting.
It's so exciting.
I'm going to teach them conventional or sumo first.
They've gravitated to conventional first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's Justin Evangelista with 225 kilos. Oh, that looked like a rip issue.
Yeah.
Good catch from behind with the spotter.
And did the belt fall off too? I don't
Maybe.
I don't know what it popped off. Maybe it wasn't. Oh.
Could have been. He took his time. It looked like he was in a bit of shock as he exited the platform.
Yeah.
Understandable. Anybody, I think, would be in that situation. So he'll take that again. Good choice. Again, we might see some differences in terms of how the lifters or coaches call it, but typically if you miss an opener, it's a good move to repeat it and get something good on the board for that lift. Here comes Ernesto Lopez with 227.5 kilos for his opener. 501 pounds.
Let's go, Ernesto.
Beautiful.
So fast.
Beautiful.
That's what you want an opener to look like. Even on my best day, my deadlift would never be that fast.
Oh, God. I wish mine looked that good. Shout out to our spotters and loaders. And here comes Ranton, 235 kilos for his opener. No problems at all. That was 518 pounds, in case you were wondering, and that's a good lift. Again, bars loaded here for Timothy Zaravlev. 245 kilos, 540 pounds.
I just, yeah. And compared to their body weight too, it's just so cool. I'm like doing the math in my head. I'm like,
It absolutely is. Speedy. Oop. And here it goes by three. There are, in fact, cash payouts for best lifter, men and women on amateur day, as well as payouts for the top 5 finishers on pro day. Here's Avery Jackson with 252.5 kilos. Good to go. Here's Colton Resignano. Resignano. Sorry. I apologize, Colton.
Grew up in those Pioneer deadlift socks. What was this thing like? Again, big shout out Pioneer, its own smelling salt.
Josh Kirsch taking to the platform with 265 kilos. Which is 7.5 kilos off of a PR for his opener here at the Ghost Class 3. Nice long arms. Always fun to see the different deadlift setups.
Yeah, those are some long limbs, huh?
I think Josh was built to deadlift. And
Yep.
that would support the theory.
Yep.
3 white lines. Good lift for Josh. Thomas Boswinkle. Next up with 277.5 kilos, 611 pounds. Sitting back into a setup, takes his grip, and moves it.
Yeah.
Sure did look good. That'll be 3 white lights. Philip Bennett will be coming up next. Good stuff, Phil. I think it's 7.5 kilos off of the PR for him. With a solid opener. Authoritative even. Last opener here for Flight C. In the Pia Branch.
Oh.
Ooh. Bigger balance on that one.
Yeah.
If it was balanced, that's one of the challenges with the sumo deadlift because you have such a wide base of support from side to side, but it's pretty narrow in terms of the, if you drew kind of a rectangle from toe to toe and heel to heel, and it can be difficult forward to backwards, balance-wise. That's what I think was going on there for, excuse me, for Micaiah. But he's gone up for a second anyway. The 305. Justin Evangelista here.
Come on, Justin. Come on.
Oh, not quite.
Oh,
That's a tough
just tape it
situation.
up so it's just yeah. Once the hands are so So important. You got to take care of them in powerlifting. A lot of people don't realize that until it's too late. And you tear open a callus and it ruins your day.
Yeah, and now Justin's in a tough position. He's missed the first. He tried to get it on the second. He missed that too. He needs his third. He'll really have to bring the mental fortitude. In the meantime, Anthony Ferrara, one of the young guns, 18 to 19 years old, competing as a junior and an open competitor today. Jumping up 12.5 kilos.
Getting mentally ready for this one. You can tell from kind of him standing there.
Anthony has made some fans of this crowd, myself included.
Hit me.
Holy
Nice.
smokes.
Oh my, that was so easy.
Wow.
I want another big jump for his third.
Yeah.
At least 12.
I wouldn't be surprised, honestly, to see him
20?
go even, 15 to 20. Here's Jerry Weisenhunt for a second deadlift at 230 kilos, 507 pounds. Up 10 kilos from first to second. It's a 22-pound increase.
Oh, it came out in front right away. Off the initial pull.
Oh,
It happens. I think he does have a chance of getting that in his final attempt.
yep, he has to lock that in right off the floor. Bar is being called loaded for Ernesto Lopez. 235 kilos, 518 pounds. 7.5 kilo jump.
Again, I keep saying it, but Ernesto Lopez and his prosthetic leg just goes to show you what you can do.
Well done, sir.
Smoked it, sir.
Good lift. $245 being loaded on the bar for Ran Hun next. For his second attempt deadlift. 10 kilo jump from first to second. This will put him 5 kilos off his best deadlift ever. So depending on how this goes, we'll probably see him trip it. At least. Not the easiest. He fought for it. That looked a little heavier than I'd expect. You know, maybe a second attempt to look. He may still go for to match at least the deadlift PR. I'm not sure how much more he has left in it, but I've been proven wrong before. We'll be happily proven wrong here.
Yeah, we like being proven wrong for stuff like that, for sure.
I'm not Tim, and I'm fired up hearing those yells from the crowd. Timothy Zaravlev, 262.5 kilos, 578 pounds. Come on, buddy. Wow.
Oh, okay, I don't
that
know.
wobble. It looked like a wobble at the top.
Well, again, regardless, definitely a fast pull. So
Definitely.
come back and get that for his third.
And that's the kind of the double-edged sword of moving it fast at the top. You can have that downward motion that comes and bites you. Almost like he needs more weight to hold him down, and that'll be fine. Here's Avery Jackson, 270 kilos. 17.5 kilo jump looks like. And that'll be a good lift for Avery.
I want a big jump for that third from Avery.
So far today, Colton, who was our next lifter, has smoked his second attempt. He'll be looking to do the same right here with a 15 kilo jump from his second to, or excuse me, from his first to his second. 277.5 kilos, 611 pounds. Fighting for it. Good lift for Colton.
It's always like when someone has like, I call it like the CNS shake, and shakes like that, it is mind blowing to me how they can just continue to put weight on the bar. Like some people, that's just what they look like when they deadlift. And I feel like he might be one of them.
He very well could be. Yeah, it's
That's intense. Do you shake when you deadlift?
No, not so far.
I didn't think so because I watched your videos. I didn't think so. Yeah.
Yeah, not so good.
I always wish I could though. I'm like that.
It would look
so
really
fun.
dramatic.
Yeah. It's like you can really see how hard it is.
That's right. Here's Josh Kirsch, 280 kilos, 617 pounds. 15 kilo jump from 1 to 2. Oh, I wasn't sure about those. Good job. I was worried. It looked like the knees extended a little early.
Yeah.
And that makes it really hard to finish that pull. But Josh did it. Well done, sir. Thomas Boswinkle, 292.5 kilos, 644 pounds for his second deadlift attempt. Previous best was 285.
Yeah.
And now
no, it's so fast.
his new best is 292.5.
And you think you're gonna see over 700 for? Yeah.
It's possible.
Yeah.
How big of a jump did he make?
No, I know. Maybe no. I don't think so. Maybe,
Okay, probably
maybe
not.
We had like five attempts.
Yes. But he's gonna be closing that gap.
You can take a bigger jump in deadlift, but that would be a little unheard of.
You can. It's true. Phil Bennett.
Even though it's definitely, I think it's possible by the end of this calendar year.
Yes. Oh, I would agree. 292.5 kilos
Nice,
for Phil
Phil.
Bennett. Nicely done.
I always like how Phil leaves the platform no matter what. It's always like, there's like no emotion until after.
That's right. He keeps it hidden away until it's done. Nakaya Branch coming out to finish out our second attempts here. Nakaya had a rough go of 280 on the opener, has gone up 25 kilos to 305. Definitely a sign of courage and confidence
Yeah.
that there's more.
Rooting for him. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on.
Oh.
I always just have so much respect too for beltless deadlifters. Like I just can't fathom it. Like my back, like couldn't even get like 50%.
Nope. Give me my belt, give me my sleeves.
Yeah.
Hats off to anyone who squats and deadlifts without those.
I even packed here. It's not that I'm competing or anything, but I'm like I always pack my knee sleeves now. I'm like I need them.
Yep, same here.
You feel more secure and safe.
I did the exact same thing. I got a training session for Monday planned, so we're ready to rock.
You gonna go to Ghost Monday?
That's the plan.
Okay, cool. What time do you leave?
I leave. My flight's late, like
Oh, awesome.
9 something.
Nice.
So
Oh, perfect. Plenty of time.
yeah. All right, Justin needs this. The post total. He's taking 225 again. Got to compose himself mentally.
Justin.
It was the hand.
Again,
That's the issue.
this will be this. Yeah, failed this twice, but
Come on, buddy.
oh, that
Oh,
damn
no.
left hand. I want to see what that looks like so bad.
Yeah. Popping him up the platform. Might have just been the angle. I was worried about his leg too when that bar came back down. It looked.
Hit it.
Yeah.
Carrying 230 kilos.
Jerry Weisenhunt, 230 kilos, 507 pounds. Taking it again after a missed second.
Oh,
No.
yeah. Same thing. Went out in front. Just tired.
Yep. Anthony Ferrara, one of the young killers out here at the Ghost Clash 3. Smoked 227.5 on his second attempt. He has gone up to 242.5 kilos. That is 534 pounds.
That's what I wanted. Yes.
There you go.
Let's go.
As a reminder, Anthony is between 18 and 19 years old. Oh, man. Congratulations, Anthony.
That was definitely the fastest third attempt I have seen all day.
Same.
It looks, yeah, it looks better than his first.
The sportsmanship, shaking the hands.
Oh, what a good kid.
Absolutely. That's. I don't want to generalize, but it's uncommon to find that level of respect that young.
Yeah, no, that's good. I
At
love
this
seeing
level.
that. That's important.
Yes.
Ernesto, 242.5 kilos, 534 pounds. This will be, he missed his third squat, missed his second bench, didn't end up going for the third, so this is really important. He needs the successful lift. Just like the first two, he didn't take too much of a jump, so I hope the first two look good. Yeah.
Well done.
That's what I wanted. Nice. So happy for him.
Let's go.
He's gonna be happy with that now. Good. Again, I followed Ernesto. I want to ask him, and I'll report back later. I kind of want to know about his story, how he got into powerlifting.
Absolutely. Ranton gonna be the next one up. He's taking even 10-kilo jumps across his deadlift attempts, taking us to 255, 562 pounds. This will be a 5-kilo PR if successful. Come on. Nope.
Oh.
All right, Timothy Zravlev missed his second of 262.5, went up 5 kilos, 267.5. That is 589.7 pounds. We're knocking on the door of 600. Especially to go up after that missed second. He wants it. This, according to Open Powerlifting, won't be a new deadlift PR. But he wanted to go up, and here he is. That's the wedge. That was beautiful.
All his lifts have been beautiful.
Wow. Well done.
But the fact that he came back from that failed attempt, went up 2.5 kilos, it just shows, you know, I don't know what the conversation with his coach was like, but it shows how strategic there really is a certain game plan that you have to come up with.
Definitely.
And then mentally be ready for that. To be able to turn it around and, I don't know, he had maybe 11 minutes in between to be able to fail, go up, and then succeed. Just does a lot.
Absolutely does.
We are getting to the final lifter of this flight.
Josh Kirsch. Bar is loaded for Josh to 285. 285 kilos, 628. This will be a new PR. Old one was 272.5. Nope, not there. Josh will finish up with 5 successful attempts. He did come back after missing his opening bench, which is awesome to see. They're calling out Colton Resignano. Colton, I do hope you're Italian and appreciate the effort I'm putting into the pronunciation. I'm trying here.
Colton Resignano. I can't. I should be.
Resignano. You got to do the hand motion too. This is 285 kilos, 628. Fighting for that last bit. Well done.
Yay!
Good lift for Colton. Motion too. This is 285 kilos, 628. Fighting for that last bit. Well done. $287.5 kilos. That's 633 pounds for Avery Jackson here. Here he comes. This will be 7.5 kilos over his old PR. He wants it, but it's not there. Good fight, Avery. Thomas Boswinkle is going to be our next lifter out. He's going to be taking a shot at a state record. 302.566. The number of the beast. I'm no Gina, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm trying. Getting chalked up. His old PR was 285.
Smoked it. Supposed to be 2 PRs in one day if he gets it. Come on, Tom.
Oh,
no. Oh,
that's heartbreaking.
Yeah, you do unfortunately see that a lot. Fast off the floor, fast, and then just couldn't hold it.
Not quite.
And it surprised the lifter. You know, he jumped back and he's like, you have the strength. That's just a grip thing you got to work on. Oftentimes with just like the lower back, the grip is one of the first things to fail. And it's one of those things like once it fails, it's done.
It's done.
It's a CNS thing too.
Totally. Last 2 deadlifts in the session number 1. Oh, it's like Alex read my mind.
We have a whole other meet after this.
We sure
I'm gonna
do.
get caffeine after this. Or
Same.
just walk around, get some quick energy.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm going to do both, probably. Bill Bennett, second to last lifter here in session 1 of Ghost Clash 3 Amateur Day. 305 kilos, 672.41 pounds.
Again, I commented on this earlier, but watch Phil, even this is his last big thing of the day. He doesn't get overly emotional whatsoever. He stays pretty neutral, so I want to watch his facial expression after this. Here it is, the last thing of the day. I'm just curious.
Totally.
So if you are at home too, let's see.
And we already PR'd his deadlift on a second.
So that's a huge PR.
Wow. Yeah, he walks off. Yeah.
Again, he goes to PR, dump it and stays super calm. Oh, yeah.
Ah, there it is. Good job, Bill.
All right, final deadlift attempt. This is important for him. He went up even after failing 2. So I do see this happen. I saw this happen at the American Pro, and it boggled my mind. Again, no belt, nothing. Completely raw.
Just
High
full
up
of
range.
parts.
Let's go. I'm rooting for him. Come on, we want this.
Get behind
307.5
Micaiah.
kilos, 677 pounds. And basically his first warm-up since he failed the first 2.
Come on, buddy. Come on, come on, come on, come on.
That right side just wasn't fully locked
That's
out and
bad.
causing him to fall forward. So close, but yeah. And that's where powerlifting gets interesting because again, it's like he failed, could have come back from it, didn't, so that was that hard choice. But overall, what do you think? I can't believe how fast this day is moving.
Holy smoke. The day's moving fast. It is already 2 o'clock in the afternoon. We started at 8 o'clock. So it's been a wild day. Huge lifting. All-time world records. We saw state records falling left, right, and center. The lifters coming back from adversity and getting the lifts they needed to stay in the meet. Just some phenomenal lifting, which isn't terribly much of a surprise.
No, so don't want to miss. We have a whole other meet. And of course, you have the pro day tomorrow. So again, follow along with us on Lifting Cast. Tomorrow will be on YouTube so that you can comment along with us. But for right now, now. I'm Brittany Diamond. My Instagram is B_Diamond. If you want to give a shout out, mention your gym or any lifters, I will go ahead and say that in the next round of lifters. Anything else you want to say?
I'm Jared Maynard. You can come hang out with me and find me on Instagram, jared.rebuild_stronger. And stay tuned for session 2 today, the pro day tomorrow. Can't wait to bring it all to you, courtesy of the A1 Digital.
See you all soon.